Hmm. Hmm. Hello, chat. Hope we're all having a wonderful day. It's time for the Elden Ring finale. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that exciting? Aren't we all having a great time? Unless I get stuck. Well, like I said, there is a contingency plan for that. I'm having a great day so far. Do not cheese it. Well, first of all, you can't tell me what to do. Second of all, who said I was going to cheese it? Oh, right, I wanted to be dramatic. I wanted to have... Let's all just pretend that I had, Miku doing a little, like, sit animation over here, you know? This is what I wanted to start the stream on, but I forgot, because I was eating a sandwich. But there we go. Hello, chat. I hope we're all having a good day. It's time for the finale. It's time for the penultimate form of Miku. And it's time to just put this chapter of my life behind us. So, to start, I guess I'll just show off what we're going to be working with here. So, for starters, I guess I'll talk about the fashion since someone just mentioned it. Starting with the fashion, we got the navy hood because it's just my absolute favorite piece of gear in the game. Right? And to me, it represents like a connection to Miku as a character, right? I debated using the old horns that we had before, but honestly, the navy hood just looks too good. Okay? Then on top of that, I decided to use the Fire Knight stuff because I fiddled for a very, very, very long time with the fashion, and I wanted all the fashion to like mean something. But at the end of the day, it was just like, At the end of the day, it was just like, this looks nice. It fits Miku's original theme of fire and ice. And so I just decided to use it. On top of that, a very, very minor detail is that we now have the Queen's bracelets on, which are meant to, holy hell. I hope you can't hear the dog in the background because he just will not shut up. There must be a golf cart out there. But very, very, very minor thing about this fashion is that it has the Queen's bracelets equipped to represent all the times that we have been reborn as this character. Just like a minor little connection, you know. Born by Queen Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. So since I visited that bitch a lot over the course of this DLC playthrough, I figured I'd have a little thing equipped to represent that connection. On top of this, we got like the most. These are like, aside from this Millicent's prosthesis, I think these three are the most used talismans I've used throughout this playthrough. Shard of Alexander, Flock's Canvas Talisman, and Radagon Icon. They're just fucking good. They're just fucking good. But, on top of that, so we're using this weapon here. Right? Rolana's Twin Blades. Because way back when I initially watched people play through this DLC, I saw these weapons, I was like, yeah, that's the weapon I want to use if I ever play this video game. It took a very long time to get here. something like what? 240 hours. My guess was like 250. But yes, this is the weapon I have been wanting to use for the longest time. I was kind of hoping that someone would make me use it at some point as like a viewer build, but since they didn't, I guess I'll just do it myself. Right. On top of that, we also have our old handy back here, because since the lore in my mind now is that Miku has decided to become herself again, right? She's fully revealed, she's unmasked. Well, of course she's going to go back to some of her standbys, right? She's gonna use her axe again. But this time it is heavy infused because of our stats, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Right. As well as as well as these weapons that we're gonna be using. We've got some stuff like Black Flame, Flame Grant Me Strength, and just a bunch of different fire stuff. Almost all of it is stuff that I've used in the past, except for this, which is just something that I wanted to use because it reminds me of Dark Souls 1. Right, just a bunch of flame sorcery. And then one last thing. Since the initial idea for Miku in the original playthrough was fire and ice, I figured might as well put an ice weapon on her, and might as well put an ice weapon that I think is cool. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else worth mentioning about these weapons? Oh, as far as ashes go, I've got whatever the hell this one is called, where it just shoots the stuff at like a far range and then it explodes. And then over here on this, we've got Savage Lion's Claw, because this is always just... Of the things I've used, this is probably my favorite one of the ashes that I've used. Okay. And then let's see. As far as Wondrous Physic goes, we're going to be using the Spiked Cracked tier and the Opaline Heart tier, because I just like the Opaline Heart tier, okay? And this one, it seemed like it might be useful for when I do this. I don't really know, but yeah. And then I think the last thing to talk about is my stat spread. So one of the problems I saw with this weapon is that, I mean, the scaling on this is kind of shit. It has a C in 4 different stats: Strength, Dex, Intelligence, and Faith. And that's, like, baffling to me. Why they would do that to one of the weapons that's just so fucking cool. Why they would just be like, nah, just let it just do that. Just don't give it a B. Don't even give it a B. Don't even give it a B in any stat. Just give it a C in everything. It's just weird to me. Wouldn't say it's shit, it's just Giga quality. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess. But the problem with that is, like, I don't know. It just seems like having... In this game, it just seems like pumping 80 intelligence or 80 strength or whatever is, like, just the way to go. But, speaking of our stats, I didn't have a fucking clue how to make stuff work. Make the stuff that I wanted to make work. So I spent a fair amount of time on the Elden Ring build calculator, just like testing different stat alignments. And this is what I have arrived on. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about that. I was interrupted. Yes, but this is what I have landed on. We have 60 vigor because that's just what you need. Like, it feels like having low vigor on any build is just a bad idea, even ones that are just trying to pump damage. 29 mind and 28 endurance. I really wish I could have gotten those to 30 and 30, but it just didn't quite work out. 70 strength, 55 dex, 16 intelligence, 41 faith, and 11 arcane. The faith is simply so that we can use these incantations that we have slotted. I believe I needed 41 for this. I think that's the one that has the highest requirement. The intelligence at 16 is just so that I can equip this. And then, yeah, I just put a bunch of stats, put a bunch of points into strength and dex, because this thing's scaling with strength. This thing mostly scales, well, this thing scales slightly better with strength and dex. And, like, I don't really care about the scaling too much of this thing. This thing is mostly just visual. But yeah, I also have some drawstring mesmer grease for applying to this thing. For when I do this. Okay, that being said, I think Noble mentioned something. Bop, when I was making the Forsaken Bingus and trying to find fashion, it messed around. You messed around with this chest piece and the red version of the hood, but how was going to strangle you since you already used the hood on Bingus? I mean, that would have looked nice. But what you ended up on was nice too, so... I'm not upset. But yeah, let's get... Oh, one other thing worth mentioning. Just because I felt like it, I went and I grabbed 2 Erdtree fragments that I knew that I missed because I saw somebody else pick them up when I was, like, just fucking around and watching YouTube shorts. So now we have plus 18 instead of plus 17, which, you know, whatever. It's not a big deal. Should I have maybe done that on stream? Maybe, but, like, it was mostly me just being like, oh, right, there was a dude that walked fucking, where was it? There was one, like, right here. One, like, right here, and one, like, over here. And so I went and I grabbed them. Trying to make sure the audio is correct, because it seems quieter to me. No, it's correct. I don't have a clue how fucking long this stream is going to be today. $14 hours? It's not going to be 14 hours. I will not allow this stream to be 14 hours. Oh, is there really fucking... Oh. There's really another one right here? There... Please tell me that's, like, on the other side of, like, a shortcut or something. It's not. What the fuck, game? What's the point? What's the point? Oh boy, Fing's message got censored. That's just Fing calling me a coward. Did the word coward really get censored? Y'all, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of like nervous about today's stream, and I haven't been nervous about a stream in like a very long time. Maybe nervous is not like the right word to use. I just feel a little like amped up, you know, a little shaky. This has happened before, though. Oh, you know what? You are right. The word coward has been has been censored before. Why are there man-flies up here? What the hell? They're killing the vibe of the area. But yeah, as far as like what I was saying a moment ago, I feel nervous or amped up or something, you know? Something about this stream is weighing on me. Oh, is it Spirit Ashes? Oh, it is Spirit Ashes. Neat. It is okay to feel fear. Rise above it. I don't know if what I would... I don't know if this is fear, but I'll do my best. Do there happen to be any secrets over the edge? No. It 100% is. What do I have to be afraid of, though? The best and the worst of the game is truly behind me. I don't really think I have anything to be afraid of. It's not like this is going to end up being like the finale for the base game, where I spent, you know, 10 hours, more than 10 hours, just like following instructions on where all the stuff I missed was. We've already gotten that behind us with the last stream. And I'm pretty well rested. Oh, you just wanna throw shit at me from up there, huh? It'd be really awkward if I got stuck after saying this. How do you mean? Well, like there's no way in hell this will end up being... What the fuck? Well, that just barely misses. Fuck you, game. There's no way in hell this will end up being a Melania type situation. I'm just not going to allow that to happen. I said it once before and I'll say it again. I'll probably say this multiple times throughout the stream. I have a contingency plan. Okay? And it's not what anyone is expecting. Can I just say the plan? No. Oh, that guy dropped Spirit Ash. Okay. You need to know how hard to judge me. Well, just pay attention and watch the stream. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so I can definitely fall down on top of that tree. But do I want to? How the hell do you get over there? It must be from the tree branch. Yeah, you go up the tree branch. Was that him throwing stuff at me? Or was that just weather change? Ouch. Oh, I forgot he had a slam attack like that. I was like, why is he? Oh, I was like, why is he sticking? Why is his sword still on the ground like that? Which way did I get? I went this way, right? That dude is Satan. Yeah, he seemed pretty annoying. Oh, that guy comes back despite the fact that he drops Spirit Ash. Oh, which I should be able to upgrade my dudes now. I don't have anything equipped like that. Maybe I should bring my rats out one last time. Nope, not what I meant to do. Oh, I'm sorry, it says 5. Use 5 Spirit Ashes to get the last thing? Holy cow. How many do I have? I have 4. Well, fuck. If I end the game with 1 Spirit Ash missing, I'm gonna be a little upset. I wa, therefore I am. Are you sure? Is there anything down here? Was that just where the dudes were praying? Yes, it is. Okay. I don't need to go back down there. Okay, that went much further than I expected it to. Okay. No one pay attention to me. It's fine. You know, part of me was uncertain if Burn O Flame was going to function identically to, like Firestorm, but yeah, it seems like it does. It seems like it is just Firestorm, but a different name. I mean, I didn't really have any reason to believe that it would be different. But, you know. Okay, so in fact, it was in fact the dude that's changing the weather. Oh, okay. I love when the camera unlocks for no fucking reason. Oh, okay, and he's got spears to throw at me too. This guy might be annoying. Howdy, Cryo. How are you today? Meh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully your day gets better from this point forward. World of Warcraft would brighten up his day. I don't know if that's true. That still hit me. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I couldn't roll after the first hit. I was spamming the roll button. I could not roll after getting tagged by the first one. It worked for you? Yeah, but you're a sicko. Oh, you know what? Now's a great time to talk about what I've done since last stream. Chat, what I've done since last stream is install, make a character in, and then uninstall Black Desert Online. It was not that good of a time. The character creator was good, but it wasn't, like, as good as I was expecting. Like, I was expecting it to be, like, the best character creator I'd ever messed with, and it kind of, it wasn't bad. Like, it was very good, especially compared to other games of that type. But shit. Fuck me. But yeah, I made a pretty lady in Black Desert Online. I was like, okay. And then I played the tutorial for 5 seconds, saw someone getting weird, being weird in chat, and then I uninstalled the game. I was in the tutorial for less than 2 minutes before I was like, nah, I'm good. It was a combination of the person in chat being a weirdo, right? Just being an absolute weirdo in all chat. And then the movement, right? Once I got control of the character, the movement just felt terrible. The movement was just, it was just like, that's not nice feeling. There we go. What a bastard. What a bastard. And he had the Divine Beast helm. I can finally look like the Divine Beast. Why I would want to do that, I don't know, but you know I can do that. A helm of a tangled horn attached to a Divine Beast mask, allowing the wearer to invoke divinity. Born by Divine Beast warriors, the chosen of the Horned Warriors. Divine Invocation heightens intensity of the storm alongside strength and dexterity, but reduces the restorative effect of drinking from a flask of sacred tears. Focus is also troubled by wearing this helm. Also, I got this club as a drop while I was trying to farm for something, and I also got Egon's cookbook at some point while I was grabbing other stuff. Oh, one of the things I wanted to complain about from the stuff I was doing to prep for this stream. So, I wanted to have, where is it? I wanted to have a bunch of these well-pickled turtlenecks to have for this stream because I'm lacking in stamina on this build, right? But one of the things that you need to craft well-pickled turtlenecks, specifically the scorpion liver, I only have one ever. I've only ever had one scorpion liver in this in this playthrough, and so I was like, okay, I'll just go kill a bunch of scorpion spiders to get them. And then after about 45 minutes of killing scorpion spiders, I was like, what the hell is up with this item? Why can't I get any of them to drop? Turns out, that item is kind of bugged. And that there's nothing that you can do to increase the drop percentage of that item from the scorpion spiders. Arcane doesn't help. And the items that boost item discovery doesn't help, right? And the equipment that boosts item discovery doesn't help. Those are just at a very, very low drop chance, and they're just bugged like that forever. So, no well-pickled turtleneck for me. I'm just gonna have to suffer. Anyway, let's go up here and see if there's anything around this spot. Oh, that goes upwards still. And I should probably go back down and take care of that stuff. That tree. Oh, and I can also drop down here. This is clearly a spot I have not been. Oh, but I could have been by just going over here. Pop never said hi back. Oh, hi, soul. I'm sorry, I was just kind of letting you do your weird greeting on your own without having to say anything about it. I didn't want to draw attention to the fact that you were being weird again. Okay? Although seemingly this time you were doing it on purpose, so... I was practicing what my mother taught me, which is if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say nothing at all. But you wouldn't let me. Streamer noticed me. Hi, I noticed you. I hope you're having an existential crisis every time I don't notice you. You are? Wow. My mission here? My mission is accomplished. Spira. Okay, see, I was expecting this to be a fragment. Spira, superior sorcery of the Tower Priests, wielded as an incantation of the Spiral. Wrap one's arms together and hold them up to the heavens to summon a spiral of light that erupts at the enemy's feet. Column of light persists for as long as the button is pressed. The spiral is a normalized crucible current that one day will form a column that stretches to the gods. Some Tower of Babel shit going on there, huh? I'm sure that's going great for all of them. Where is this? Oh, this is just back over here. Okay, cool. One of the things I'm worried about with this build is that my damage is just not going to be very high, but I don't really know. As far as I can tell, this damage on these specifically seems alright. Because they attack rather quickly, and then they just kind of immediately get the buff from Millicent's prosthesis. Oh, hey, you're doing the thing that I just got. Wow, cool. Your horns look lame, though. I almost just fucking walked right off. Ooh, is that a secret there? I think I see a secret. Religion reference in my Elden Ring? And here you thought Bop was woke. Nope. If you look below stream, you'll see that it says Tired Gamer as one of the tags. Therefore, I am not woke. I am the opposite of woke. I'm sleepy. Inquisitor Ashes. Ashen remains in which the spirits yet dwell, blah blah blah. The Inquisitor hags wield barbed candlesticks. One of the Inquisitors casts a tower hex to heal HP, while the hex of the other boosts her own attack power. Inquisitions often perplexed the minds of the uninitiated, and so seniority was viewed as an asset. Okay. No, stop that. What a dickhead. What a dickhead. That spell's a bit annoying. Like at the end there, I thought, oh, I thought I wasn't in it, but it's clearly got a wider attack radius than I realized. Right? It's fatter than it looks. Does that one guy up there come back? I wonder. He dropped an item, so I kind of assume he doesn't. But this guy also dropped an item, and he came back. This place was very miserable, but pretty. Oh, he does come back. Shall I run past him? I think I shall. Hey, guy. Oh, and hitting you didn't even stop you from casting it. Okay. Kinda wish I had given myself a bow at this point. As far as pretty goes, I kind of don't like the color palette of this place, if I'm quite honest. The architecture is interesting, right? It reminds me a lot of Castlevania, the way this castle looks in the air. Mercedes the trash cat redeemed water the plant. And so I must reach for my water. That I had to put my water out of reach of my cat because he was eyeing it up before stream started. But yeah, as far as the color palette here goes, I'm really not like a huge fan. The greenish shoe in like the skybox there is nice, but the rest of it, eh. I could leave it or take it. Ugh, fucking absolute bitch. Let's see. Oh, I wasn't expecting this to open. One of the last few fragments that we need. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here all my fears. I, for one, think living a life without at least a little bit of fear would kind of suck. But, you know, Mikola seems to have given up literally everything for for whatever the fuck they're trying to accomplish. So, you know, what's one more thing to give up? Oh, just fire arrows. Is anybody called Mikola Mickey? Because I feel like that would be like the go-to nickname for someone named Mikola. I think I'm just gonna refer to Mikola as Mickey from this point forward. Although I guess there's really not a whole lot, like, not a whole lot left, so... Hey, guy. You're kind of chill, huh? Well, you can't be having that. You said Michael before? Now see, if the character's name was Michael, I would have assumed it was a dude, unlike the name that they have, which made me, for the longest time, assume that they were a lady. And maybe that's not what they want. Maybe they wanted a name that was more androgynous or ambiguous or whatever. Like with, Gwendolyn. How far does this go? Not quite that far. Mikola Donalds. Bob, I'm currently dying from heat. Do you have any advice as a Florida man? Take your shirt off. Take your shirt off, or your pants off, or start chewing on ice. That's it. That's the advice. Oop, well, that's unfortunate. Just sort of slid right off there. But you know what? That gives me an opportunity to go back to the previous grace, because there were multiple paths here and we didn't go down the other ones. We went that way, and we came from that way, right? Yeah, we came from this way, because that guy is just rushing down the stairs. Why he needs to rush down that way, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to get his cardio in. But we can go up, or we can go over yonder. This might be a shortcut. Although no, it looks like the ladder is already down, so... No, it looks like the ladder is already up, because it goes down. Oh, it goes here. Then what, pray tell, is the point of teleporting me up there? Okay. Is there anything beneath this elevator? No, there's not. And what about up here? Is this a shortcut? No. It's... Okay. It's part of the stairs that go up. Ooh, but there might be something over here. On the roof. There's nothing on the roof. I'm sad. I'm very sad. Okay, so that guy's just running everywhere. That guy is just getting his cardio in. This is so peak. This is all so peak. You think you're gonna cry from it. I'm gonna take that as a compliment and say that my ability to stream and play video games on the internet is playing a part in making other people emotional. Okay, was there more stuff on the roof? I don't recall. Why is this place all sandy? I hadn't given that much thought yet, but this place is covered in sand. Not that I mind. I'm from Florida, so sand is everywhere. It's a part of my way of life. I clipped the wrong thing. I wanted to clip. Holy shit. Okay. You are annoying. I wanted to equip these bad boys to fight these dickheads. You hate sand? Why? What did sand ever do to you? Okay, you're gonna be the last ash I need, right? Yes! Yes! Actually, we got all the ashes. Is that real? Did I actually get every ash? That's the 5 that I need to upgrade to plus 10, and I think that's that. Okay, either these dudes are immune, or that, like, just looked like it was touching them, but it wasn't. Coarse and rough and gets everywhere. Yeah, okay. Next you're gonna start saying you killed them all. Women and children. Okay, that's a Erdtree fragment. We need one more for plus 19, I think. And then after that, we're not getting plus 20. That's just not happening. Okay, another one of these dickheads. How do I want to go about this? I think I just do this. Hey! Hey, Stinky! Okay. Ugh. I do not like you. Oh, you're not even gonna drop a thing like the last guy did. Well, fuck you. Sun Warmth Stone. Didn't think I'd be getting new consumable items this late into the game, but okay. Spirit Grave Stone, blessed with an Erdtree incantation. Uses FP to generate sun warmth, continuously restoring the HP of those nearby, has a more potent effect than a warming stone. Sunlight feels all the warmer in the darkened lands. And what does it take to craft it? Probably can't craft it. No, I can. Takes Blessed Bone Shards, Black Firefly, and Spirit Gravestone. Okay. Okay, I can definitely jump over there, but maybe I don't need to. Maybe I can drop down from this side. No. Or maybe... Eh, fuck it, let's try. I was gonna say, maybe it's not important to get there, but... Who am I to deny myself the pleasure? Yeah, just some boluses in here, and a horned warrior ashes. This heavily armored guardian spirit of the tower attained inhuman strength through divine invocation, and wields a curved greatsword that brings horns to bear on its foes. In the tower, these warriors and their weapons both are spiritual vessels. Ashes of God? God ashes? Are they that good? Or is it just because those dudes that I've been fighting are crazy? That dude is just God. Okay, fair enough. That sip seems to last quite a long time, so that's maybe a good decision that I made. I can definitely drop down there, but do I want to? No, I think I'm gonna go up. I think I'm gonna go up the ladder first. That's where I came from. So maybe I don't need to drop down there. Yeah, no, I don't. Okay. Up the ladder we go. I like that the game is giving me a chance here at the very end to, like, climb around on roofs and shit, because this is honestly one of the best things this game does compared to other Souls games is just the fact that you get to explore more vertically than before. Oh, okay, so I did in fact have to come out here like this because the stairs stop working halfway up. Gravebird Helm. Oh, is that the last thing that I needed for the Gravebird set? Stone helm with a tinge of green, one of a set of armor pieces cast in the image of the Grave Bird. Empowers spells which summon rings of spectral light. Gravebirds are ancient golems created to guard the spirit graves, built where all manners of death ultimately drift. I kind of want to see what that looks like. If I can find it. Too many pieces of equipment in this game. And the fact that you can get dupes. There's too many pieces. There it is. Yep, that looks ridiculous. How does your head fit in that? Your head has to shrink to be able to fit inside of there. Ridiculous looking. Like, look at the size of my head here, and then boom. Look at the size of the section where my face would be. It's just not large enough. Ah, shit. Really? Slid off the edge like that? What a load. What a load. You can't call me a donkey for that. That looked like I was touching solid ground, and the game was like, eh, fuck you. The helmet smashed my brain. The helmet did no such thing, okay? Miku has always been a little bit of a brainlet, okay? Alright, I don't want to fight you again. You're annoying. Down on the ground, you're fine, but up here on the roof, fucking annoying is what you are. It's not gonna make it. Wow, okay, still not quite. Dude just fucking slaps himself down on the ground like that. No, I thought the other one was to the right. Was it just that guy and this guy in this room? Physics-defying piece of pottery right here. No, wait. Oh, no, I was gonna say, is this guy back or not back? But no, he's back. He sees me. I'm just checking below myself to make sure that there's nothing clearly visible that I've missed. Hey guy, I'm just gonna ignore you, okay? Yeah, make it snowy out, I don't mind. But I'm really not gonna stick around to see what you have going on. Speaking of though, it looks like there's like a little area right there that I could drop down to and might have like meaningful stuff to look at. So I guess I'm going back down here and grabbing these runes. And then just dropping down to right here. You're experiencing the consequences of the mass protein intake from yesterday. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe don't do that in the future. Oh, another one of these fuckers. I love when the camera doesn't let me see anything. But at least that guy was kind this time, you know? He was thoughtful and nice. Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. It's a bit late for that game. It's a bit late for that. Who at this point in the game is gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna pivot. I'm gonna pivot. For real, game? Really? Damn it. I didn't think he would be able to fucking track me 180 like that. I really don't like how many moves can track that well. I was directly behind him when he did that swing. I figured the first swing would miss and then the second swing would hit me, but I was willing to take that trade. But no, they just hit me the first time. No, none of that. None of that. Okay, let's try this again. Facing you, and tossing this up like this. Hell yeah. Kind of surprised that one-shot him. Kind of surprised that one-shot him too. I guess I shouldn't underestimate the strength of that skill, of that Ash. Okay, cool. See you later, dude. Okay, wait, so was that guy this guy? No, because this one's not lightning, he's... Or maybe they can do multiple elements. Maybe they can choose which element they do, and this guy chose on the second occasion to use lightning. Yeah, either way, I am not going back to fight them. Every new staircase like this that I see, I'm like, is this the staircase? That went through that? That's bullshit. Fuck you. Oh, what the fuck? Horned Warrior Greatsword. Let's look at that. Horned Warrior Greatsword, a curved greatsword of the Horned Warriors, keepers of the tower. A heavy weapon made to bring the deft strength of the warriors to bear. The ornamental tangled horns allow the blade to serve as a medium for horn calling. Unique skill, Horn Calling Storm. Invokes tangled horns to cover the weapon's blade, calling a storm into the horns, then mow through enemies. Additional inputs allow for up to 2 follow-up attacks. Okay, let's see what that has to offer. Okay, the moveset is like whatever. But he did this thing to me, and then you can... yeah, you can do that, the thing that they're doing. That was something you considered using on your beast guy for a while, but you ended up liking the magma worm one better. Yeah, I can see why. I can see why. Just from looking at it right there, I also like the magma worm one more. Oh no! The pillars are made up of people. How terrible. Let's get a closer look at this. Real skinny people too. Some lanky ass motherfuckers. Oh dude, that one's head is entirely up that one's ass. That one leads an unfortunate life. It's at the very bottom, and the only way it's only ways it's stuck to the one above it is its chest is impaled via the other one's leg, and its head is in its ass. How unfortunate. Okay. That's plus 19 Erdtree Blessing and plus 10 Revered Spirit Ash Blessing. We're not getting to plus 20 because that would require me to have a list in front of me of the ones that I missed. And yeah, that's just not happening. Oh, this guy didn't come back. So this guy was a one-time enemy. The fuck just broke. Is there another boss fight before the final boss?
Oh, I thought I'd see you here. It'd been quite some time. It was never kindly Mikula, was it? The Erdtree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with? I suppose it must be what his enemies, perhaps the Erdtree, desired all along. The clashing of the favored lords. Such that
Okay,
one
right.
would
No,
remain.
that one gets rid of the other one.
If you insist upon facing Mikula's
I'd rather have this one right now.
then whoever you might be, don't tarry now.
Oh. Oh, I can choose to fight her. Wait. Summon Pureblood Knight Ansbach. Okay, or... be summoned to challenge Needle Knight Leda and her allies. Yeah, fuck it, let's help this. Let's do this. Your Blood Knight Ansbach will be summoned as a cooperator at the appropriate time, which I assume is fighting Needle Knight Leda.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Leda, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
Tis just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning.
What the fuck?
Your
Those did
lord
so
is
much
slain,
damage. What the hell?
and you are next.
I was like, hey, they'll do like 80%, I'll just tank them. But what the hell? Those things just one-shot me. Also, where was my bro? He's not gonna show up for the first few fights? Only gonna show up when I'm fighting Leda or whatever the fuck?
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Leda, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
Tis just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning. Mikula, please, redeem our
Oh, hi, more. I thought we were buds, but I guess not. I helped you with your existential crisis, and this is how you replay me.
Blood Knights. I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master Mo. Righteous tarnished. It appears that our interests have aligned. A balm upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies.
On this dickbag again.
My blade.
Scarlet Rot, what a fucking cockface.
I can't fathom your convictions. After knowing how you make it, what remains to pledge to you?
You and I, fighting. Tragedy this is.
Lady Leda. Suspicions were dead on. In the end, I could not bear it. The Lord broke, and our path
Okay, dude. What?
I'm sorry for speaking to you.
This is a shit show. A clusterfuck. Okay, so that fucker has to die fast. It's fine. You know what I'll do?
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind.
I'll take a sip of this.
Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
Just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning.
You and I, fighting. Tragedy this is.
What? Dude, that didn't even fucking touch me.
Mikula, please.
That's a load of garbage.
Of the pure-blood knights, I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire.
So quit saying your nonsense and just show up.
Master Mo. Righteous tarnished. It appears that our interests have aligned. A balm upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade.
With this battle I send you on. It was an honor to face a worthy lord. Now go.
An honor to face a worthy lord, she says, as she showed up with like 60 of her best friends who were throwing rod pots at me. Yeah, okay. Sure, it was an honor.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
Tis just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning.
Dude. I didn't think he was... Okay, I forgot that, like, NPCs actually can just keep swinging. So I gotta, like, remember, yeah, they can if I just keep swinging. This is the best encounter by far. Yeah, I'm sure you honestly, earnestly believe that with your heart. Oh, you know what? We could get some what's the word? Not leverage. We can get
Don't you dare approach
some use
Mikula
out of
the
the
Kind. Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf
rats
Dane,
here.
and our
The
allies
red rats.
will never
They look beautiful
allow
like that.
this.
Just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning. Mikula, please. Redeem.
I stand with blade
Cheating?
aloft,
It's true.
blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master Mo. Righteous tarnished. It appears that our interests have aligned. A balm upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade, much closer.
Oh, staunching is for... Yeah, it's for... Not for... Not for rot.
I can't fathom the conflict. After knowing kindly Mikula,
Oh,
what remains if left to
okay.
the Lord of War?
There are people that willingly go into things like this in PvP. It's crazy. They willingly, knowingly walk into situations like this. Okay, let me put some boluses on my equipment, I guess. Since I'm going to get hit with the rod.
Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight's Ledder.
I wish I could
Dryleaf
skip this
Dane,
dialogue.
And our allies will never allow this.
And it's amazing? No. No.
Just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning. Oh, Mikola, please.
Mr. Streamerman, why cheating? I guess cheating is fun.
Blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master, Moog. Righteous tarnished, it appears that our interests have aligned. A balm upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade. Closely.
I'm sorry for speaking to you as a compatriot when we stood before the withered arm.
Didn't have any stamina. Couldn't roll, couldn't do anything.
I can't fathom your convictions. After knowing kindly Mikola, what remains to pledge to your Lord of
The
Blood?
peakest of all boss fights? Yeah, this might be towards the bottom of boss fights. If we consider this a boss fight, which I'm not really sure I do. But if I did consider this a boss fight, it would absolutely rank towards the bottom. Just based on the fact that, like... Ugh.
Don't you dare.
They've
approach
got
me
infinite
kind.
fucking poise and
Need your
infinite...
knight's
Well,
letter.
not maybe not... Okay, so
Dwelling
this first guy
blade
at the very
and
least
our
doesn't seem to have
allies
infinite poise, but
will never
infinite
allow
stamina,
this.
etc. Right? Holy shit, he just killed all of the rats.
The woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning.
You and I,
Oh, stop that.
fighting. Tragedy this is.
Oh, Mikola, please. Redeem our clan.
I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master, Moog. Righteous tarnished, it appears that our interests have aligned.
Okay,
Balm
well...
upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade. Closely.
I can't fathom your convictions.
Bro, fuck off with that shit. Why are you suddenly aiming at me?
What remains to pledge to your
Oh, that goes very far. What the fuck? Cool.
Mikola the Kind will help us forget.
Okay, I figured getting out of the circle there would be good enough. Guess not.
Your suspicions were dead on. In the end, and our pact of blood.
I'm sorry.
So why did they just suddenly randomly
Speaking
switch
you
to
as a
me?
compatriot
Fucking, like,
when
is he
we
just
stood before the withered arm.
so much of a bitch that they don't care about him? Like, genuinely, they'll be fighting him, and then just suddenly, even though I didn't touch them, they'll aggro to me.
way of apology, I will reveal the marrow of my sword. Its needles that will stitch you into death.
How readily the sensation returns. The runaway spirit of war.
Dude, the rot pots alone make this fight awful. As you just try to get your distance from one of them, and he's just gonna stand there and just toss a pot at you. Dude, fuck off. This is what I get for not doing PvP. I mean, I did a tiny bit of PvP in the base game. It was awful. So I stopped because
Don't you dare.
Why would I
approach
continue?
Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
no,
The woman said it would
not
be.
doing that.
Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning.
That first thing to do is throw rock pots at me, bro.
Mikala,
Really?
please.
You're over here like, we should be friends. I hate that I have to fight you. Meanwhile, I'm gonna commit a war crime.
I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master Mo.
You and I, fighting. Tragedy this is.
Righteous tarnished. It appears that our interests have aligned.
Okay.
Balm upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade. Closely.
Is that rat trapped on the outside?
I can't fathom your convictions. After knowing how
fuck off.
what remains the threat to your religion?
Fing Fang gifted a tier 1 sub to Cube. Oh no. Also, why did I not? Why was there not like a pop up for this? I didn't see an alert for that.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
As the woman said, Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika. Oh,
Okay,
Mikala,
there we go.
please.
Oh, you're already here. I thought I got rid of that guy faster than ever, and you're just already here. Already here to fucking ruin my day. There we go. Dude, they got me that
Blade
close.
aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master Mo.
You and I, fighting. Tragedy this is.
Righteous tarnished. It appears that our interests have aligned. A balm upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade.
Everyone loves Moore and thinks he's cute until this boss fight. I didn't think he was cute or
I'm
anything, but
sorry.
like,
The speaking
I don't know, he
scene
seemed
was
kind enough, right? Like,
He stood before the withered arm.
he wasn't aggressive to us. Oh, cool. Dude. Dude, son of a bitch, bro.
By way of apology, I will reveal the marrow of my sword. Its needles that will stitch you into death.
No, I'm just dead here. Just dead. I'm just dead. Because Moore decided to just fucking swap targets again. Randomly. He is the problem here. If he would just fucking die,
How readily the sensation
but the fact that he
of
just hides behind a shield really like makes that difficult.
I can't fathom your convictions. After knowing kindly Nicola, what remains pledged to your Lord of Blood?
Leave Moore alone? I would love to if he would leave me the fuck alone. Okay. Can I craft more of these? I can. Clearly I'm gonna need some. I bet Moore cheated in his fucking materials to craft those rot pots. He didn't even do it legit.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
It is just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree,
Fuck you. I didn't have
Lord
enough
of
time to get
America,
close.
you too deserve to face the reckoning.
Did your fucking fire just... Oop. Okay, cool. I didn't mean to press that button. It would be one thing if these had like reasonable stats compared to like a player, but these dudes don't. More gets told to be said forever, every playthrough after your first.
Don't you dare
Yeah,
approach Mikula the
makes
Kind.
sense to me.
Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
It is just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of America, you too deserve to face the reckoning. Oh, Mikula, please.
Hi, More. That hits behind him like that? Wow.
You and I, fighting. Tragedy this is.
blade aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master Mo. Righteous tarnished. It appears that our interests have aligned. A balm upon my soul it is that we do not meet today as enemies. Now, my blade, watch
Okay, cool. The problem is dead.
Forever.
I'm sorry
Yeah.
for speaking to you as a compatriot when we stood before the withered arm.
How readily the sensation returns. The runaway spirit of war.
I can't fathom this. After knowing kindly my killer, what remains to pledge to you?
Lady Lena. In the end, I could not bear the memories.
It really doesn't hit him.
Lord Moog.
His jump kicks really go over that. Okay, there we go. Oh, and he's just over here fucking killing Letta on his own. Okay.
Kindly Nicola,
Apparently
Make
Moore
the
was just a
world
bad matchup for him.
a gentler place.
Moore's Bell. Verdigris. Verdigris shield, helm, armor, gauntlets, and greaves. And then over here we've got Falks, caterpillar mask, braided cord robe, arm wraps, and soiled loincloth. Ugh. And then Dane's footwork. I assume the footwork is like a weapon, you know? So we'll look at that first, I guess. Dane's footwork. A technique for hand-to-hand combat without the aid of a weapon. This martial art focuses on kicking techniques. This kick-based martial art is unique to Dane, a dryleaf and sworn ally of Letta. He acquired these skills by training with the aid of a waterfall, letting the water beat his body and throwing himself into its basin. Skill Palm Blast. Okay, so it has the same skill as the other one. Oh, I can't attack in here. Can't swing my sword in here for some reason. About in this next room. Oh, we got Letta's armor. Okay, then let me go back to someplace that I can in fact attack. Oh. Well, whatever. This will do. Again, it has the same problem that the other one has, where the kicks just look weird. Yeah, not like a huge fan of that, if I'm quite honest. In a world where people are swinging around giant-ass fucking swords with fire and shit on them, the idea that some dude is trying to punch everyone is just comical to me. Okay. And then I guess we could look at the shield as well. A Verdigris shield. Great shield made of unusual metal known as Verdigris. Verdigris, maybe. I don't know. Boasts greater guard capacity than damage negation, to the extent that the shield will continue to protect its target even if its bearer should die. Unique skill, Moor's Charge. Ready the shield with both hands, then charge forth while maintaining guard, ending in a shove imbued with Verdigris magic. Knocks back nearby nearby enemies, but does not cause significant harm. Hold to extend the length of the charge. Okay, and what did it say about damage negation? Greater guard capacity than damage negation. So, okay. And then the rest of the stuff we're just going to look at in this menu here. Oh, I guess there is one more weapon. I guess I'll look at that. Letta's Sword. Light Greatsword. Excuse me, light Greatsword. Oh, you know what? That's not even the first light greatsword we have. These are technically light greatswords. What? Whatever. Light greatsword with gold inlaid. Weapon of Letta the Needle Knight. Deals holy damage. Though polished to a mere sheen, this blade still reeks with the stench of crusted blood that lingers from the cull of her knightly comrades. Unique skill, Needle Piercer. Skill of Needle Knight Letta. Generates 10 gold needles, which pierce their target all at once. Those pierced are purged of all ailments and special effects alike. I mean, it's a nice looking sword. And then it's got that thing, which is probably much worse as a player than it was as an NPC, right? One of the incredibly obnoxious from the DLC for PvP. Oh, I guess I could imagine. Okay, and then there was one more, right? Yeah, this. Falx, curved swords with long sickle-like blades, a pair of weapons made to be wielded in both hands. Forged by a hornsent in the name of revenge. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield. Unique skill, Revenger's Blade. Dash up to an enemy and slash them open with blades held in each hand. By holding down the button, the initial dash will be extended. Follow up with strong attack to hack the enemy to pieces. The weapon art for that light greatsword just removing all buffs instantly with the weapon art was awful. Oh, that does sound awful. What the hell? Okay, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for the double. And then for this. Eh. Letta's Armor. Chest armor of Needle Knight Letta. Slightly strengthens attacks following a dodge roll or backstep, as well as dash attacks. Ugh. Embroidered with a golden cross tree motif, the chalk white cloak and surcoat symbolize the honor of the Needle Knights. Kindly Mikola fashioned us as his needles to quell all, to ward away all. And then we got braided cord robe, ragged black cloth, overlaid with braided cord, attire of a vengeance-seeking hornsent. The braided cord ties together the vow of the Revenger with the victim's grudges. It must never come undone. Enhances both watchful spirits and the vengeful spirits summoned by horned bairns. Okay. And then the mask also has a separate description. Caterpillar mask, a grotesque mask constructed from countless solidified caterpillars. Ugh. A ritual implement of the greater potentates of Bonnie Village. Used to ward off thoughts of impurity, doubt, temptation, and other wickedness One is vulnerable to while absorbed in divine ritual. Okay. And then verdigris armor. Chest armor made from an unusual metal known as verdigris. Verdigris is said to be the gift of an outer god, possessed of an enormously hefty yet supple strength thanks to its rusted nature. And then Mor's bell bearing, found upon his perished flesh. Offer to the Twin Maiden Husk at the Round Table Hold to gain access to new items, which I'm assuming are just all the same items that Mor himself was selling. Where do I go? Is this where I want to be? Don't know. Yes, this is where I want to be. Okay. IRL verdigris is just copper acetate. I'm waiting to see if somebody else calls you a nerd in chat before I start shouting nerd. Anything underneath there? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh wait, is this the staircase? Oh hey bro.
Righteous tarnished. That was an astounding battle, to be sure. Now I suppose this leaves only one. But in truth, I cannot calm my quivering. Challenging a god is no small matter.
Ask about Moog's death. Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh. Something you want to get off your chest? Well, you needn't worry. It was you, wasn't it? Who
Oh, you
defeated
knew.
Lord
Okay,
Moog.
okay.
Fear not. I bear no grudge against you. His Eminence was felled in an honorable duel. And such are the risks of seeking lordship. Besides, what right have I to complain? I blame the enchantment more than anything. Righteous tarnished, we will have our victory. I swear upon my blood.
Okay.
Righteous I swear.
And like blood means a lot to you because you're a cut content character from Bloodborne, right? Okay, there's something I wanted to see. Okay, this staircase and that other staircase look a lot alike. I want to see if this staircase and the staircase down... This is... Which one is it? This staircase over here? I want to see if they're like identical in their shape because they look so familiar, so similar. That is unfathomably insulting. I mean, the dude talks about blood. He's like, he looks like he could absolutely just fit in to Bloodborne. It would not surprise me if, like, yeah, they had an idea for an NPC that looked like that and acted like that in Bloodborne. And so there he is. Okay, I just want to see the general shape. No, this one is possibly a little bit more like... They're eerily similar. But not quite exactly the same. Okay. Which one is it? Is it this? Divine Gate? Front staircase? Yes, it is. Yeah, no, this one is like a shorter, smaller version of those other stairs. Okay. Oh, is this Ansbach? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, I can take those off.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort. The greatest boss in Elden Ring, followed by someone saying the worst boss in Elden Ring. Have I ever mentioned that this community is endlessly entertaining to me simply because of stuff like that? And then exactly the follow-up to that, the exact follow-up to that is someone saying skill issue. A little too early, I thought he'd get to me faster. Oh, that caught me. Wow. There are 2 people in this community who never killed this boss. True. There are. I'm positive there's more than that, but I know what you're referring to, so, you know. What? You're just gonna walk at me slowly. Oh, he didn't do a follow-up to that? I thought he had a big old follow-up to that. Oh, okay. There's a little explosion after that. This game's trash. You didn't even bother getting the DLC. You finished your one playthrough out of spite and said, fuck this. I respect that. I respect that immensely. Hey, that's a Moog move. You're not allowed to do that.
That's a guy that's actually cool. Come on. Oh, you can follow us to that. Okay. This boss and Melania can eat rancid dick cheese out of the swampiest of asses. I respect the energy. I really do. More than the people that just say skill issue or whatever, just like oh well, I beat it and that means I'm good, etc. Or like more than those people, I respect the people who are just like, nah, fuck that shit. Hey, you're not allowed to do that to me. I'm supposed to do that to you. That's my move. You gotta copy Moog and me? You wish you liked playing Elden Ring more. Why? Why? Just genuinely, why? If you don't like a thing, just don't like it. You don't need to force yourself to like it or anything. You can just be like, yeah, no, it's not for me, or I don't like it. You don't even need to explain yourself, right? There are a lot of people out there that think if you can't explain why you don't like something, then like you should give it another try or something, but like that's a load of shit. You don't ever need to explain why you like something. That's what's the word? Okay, so just jump that or roll in and to the right. That's a luxury, okay? Being able to understand what you dislike about something or why you dislike something, that's a luxury, right? You don't need to explain yourself. If someone's like, Bob, why don't you like Sabrina Carpenter? I could just be like, I just don't. Which, not true, by the way. I do like Sabrina Carpenter's music. At least some of it. You don't want to be a hater? That's crazy. You don't even know who that is? She just sings music. She's just a lady that sings. Right, he does have a follow-up after that. Hating things is so much fun. Yeah. Hating things is fun, especially if you're articulate enough to hate on things and have valid... Okay, so I was going to say valid reasons, but your reason for disliking something is valid regardless of what other people think. But being able to articulate the things that you dislike and getting people to agree with you, that feels great. That's a feeling that's undefeated. Okay, bud. How do you doing the other move? The one where he sucks me in? This one. You, for example, hate everything you've seen about Crimson Desert, but you like watching others have fun in it? I've spent the last 3 days trying to figure out what the hell people like about that game, and I just don't understand it. What did Soul say? Let's see. Nope, stop that. You'd rather like the thing that you don't like? That's crazy. I'd rather hate the thing that I don't like. If I don't like something, right, I'm more likely to be like, well, I'm going to swing towards hating it rather than trying to like it. For example, I bring this up every once in a while because, you know... Okay, so what the fuck am I supposed to do there? Right? But I bring this game up every once in a while because it is something that's had an impact on my life. But I disliked Kingdom Hearts 3, right? When it came out. And then it was like, do I dislike it or do I want to hate it? And you know what? With a little bit of thought, I was like, I want to hate this game. So, I started hating on it. You know? Not just disliking it, but hating it. You still haven't even bought Kingdom Hearts 3? Felt like it didn't need to exist? See, the problem is it did need to exist because there were so many story elements that they were building up to that point, right? It's just, like, they didn't keep a good track of what those story elements were and how to resolve them. I wasn't done applying my thing yet. That hit me. Or what shit. Seeing other people have fun with something when you don't makes you sad. That's crazy. You should just tell them that they're wrong. So is this boss going to take 180 hours? No. There's a contingency plan. If this stream goes to 6 hours, I'm putting the contingency plan into place. That tap me? Fuck you, sir. I'm going to summon Let Me Solo Him. Did that exist? Was there someone that was just Let Me Solo Him? And no, that's not what's going to happen. Okay, let's try out these weapons for a little bit. A little too early because I thought that was the stomp. You just don't think this fight is fun? Do you want to know a little secret here? And maybe a little peek into the credits talk that we're gonna have? I don't think most fights in this game are fun. Most fights in this game there's just way too much time when I'm not doing anything and it's just me waiting. Okay, so that not really worthwhile. A little bit early there again. Damn it. I'm trying to roll that as soon as I see him swing, but I'm just not timing it properly. You either don't get to do more than one hit between enemy attacks, or you tank through everything in L2 spam. Yeah? I can understand that point of view. Yeah, that's not actually true, except it kind of is, though. Every time this conversation gets brought up, someone's like, that's not actually true. If you're really good at the game, you can just do this or that. And it's like, bro, most people are playing this game one time, and they're not going to get very good at the game. And even if it's like not technically true, actually you get 2 hits, you get 3 hits here, it doesn't feel good. Oh, I didn't think he was going to do the follow-up. Like if I just take the fight in the DLC that I had the least fun fighting, right? R'Lana, whose weapons I'm using. Like, no, I'm gonna get one opening every 4 or 5 attacks. I'm gonna get one opening, and that's just like not fun. It's just not fun. hit me? Really? Also, as far as just straight up damage goes, it doesn't seem like I can get multiple hits here to like proc the Millicent's thing. So I'm probably just better off using the axe. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna try a few different things as time goes on. At the moment, axe plus Savage Lion Claw just seems to be the most damage I'm gonna get here with one opening. That clipped me. Ah, damn it, I tried to roll forward, I just mistimed it. You used a great sword of solitude. You love that weapon. Yeah, you and Jacqueline seem to really dig that weapon. It's like alright. It wasn't like I didn't dislike using it, it was just like, it's okay. Really clipped me. Can I run past this? I can. Okay. I think I'd rather run past that. Why'd my roll not come out? What the hell? You rocked the magma worm sword? Yeah, that thing's pretty cool. I was behind him, I was hoping to be behind him and not get hit. Dude. Damn it, that's the one that's delayed. You abuse the shit out of the guillotine move on it? On the magma worm sword? Yeah. It seems like a pretty fucking strong move. when I used it. Also, this music is turbo ass. Yeah, so I wanted to say something about, was it, I think the music while I was fighting those NPCs? I think that was nice. But this music doesn't even register to me because I've heard it. Even before I started this boss fight, I had heard plenty of it, so. Okay, see, I'm trying to roll in after that first one there to see if I can be close to him when he does that, but it doesn't seem like it. Oh shit, I forgot that he has a follow-up to that. Is the Fire Knight Greatsword still OP as shit? I heard something about it being OP, so I'm gonna assume yes. But I don't know. E-Team has some hyper armor to the follow-up, which made dealing with NPC invaders spamming shit easier. Huh. I guess I'm fine getting hit by that much. If it used to be broken, it's probably still broken because Elden Ring is broken. Yeah, that's a good rule of thumb with FromSoft games, is that if it used to be broken, it's probably still broken unless you heard people complaining that it's not broken anymore. And boy, do people love fucking whining about shit not being broken anymore. Okay, no, I can't roll back or roll towards him again. Damn it, that's the delayed. Why does the delay one? Like, why? Why does the delay one look so much like the other one? Or Bop. Oh, you all must be talking about the fact that I'm starting Dark Souls 2 tomorrow. Yeah. You'd rather go skydiving than play Dark Souls 2. Wow. That's... I mean, at least the skydiving's over quickly, right? Am I having fun yet? No, not particularly. I imagine if I at least liked Radahn's design, right? I could be like, wow, at least the cool guy is back, but I don't like this character. His design means nothing to me. His previous boss fight was one of the least interesting in the game, right? And as far as the lore goes, bringing dude back from the dead because you're Oni-chan, you love your Oni-chan so much, not a huge fan of that. Right, Mikula might as well have just said, I love my Oni-chan, right before he summoned Radahn back from the dead, or whatever the fuck. That's what happened, by the way. Damn it. Couldn't get behind him with the wall there. I love the juxtaposition of chat. I love it. I love it so much. I'm so glad that there are people here that love this game and people here that
Lord
despise this
brother.
game.
At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola.
You know,
And my
it took me a
promised
very, very
consort,
long time
Radahn.
when I was watching this fight, other people played this fight, for me to even realize that Mikula was like there on Radahn's shoulders. Oh, right. He's got that basically... Oh, he's doing this. And then he's there. Oh. not mean to roll. No, that was a slow one. Literally every time someone says it's so peak, someone follows it up with it's so shit. Literally every time someone is saying is this so shit or this is so peak, someone of the opposite opinion says 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 the opposite. Someone just says the other thing, which is great. By the way, just my opinion, I don't think it's peak. I don't really like the design. I don't really like the music. I don't like the moves either. I don't like how every time... we'll talk about this later. We'll talk about this later. It's something I've talked about before, but we'll talk about it again later. We'll have time. Now is not the time to talk about it, I don't think. Oh. Ouch. Also, not Hal telling me I don't like the game again. I love when people tell me my opinion. Because of the way I talk about the game. If we remember, I know you were there, when I finished the base game, I had a pretty long talk about, like, my opinion on this game, and also, this also applies to, like, Dark Souls 3 and a little bit Bloodborne, right? Which is just, like... this DLC just echoes that. It echoes that to a T. I don't hate this game. Much like I don't hate Dark Souls 3. It's just like, man, they took a thing I really, really liked, and this is what they made of it. DS3 is great, heck you. If you like DS3 and you don't like this game, I'm confused. You love DS3. Functionally, what are the differences between this and DS3? The bosses are harder, I guess, but that's like functionally, and the world is open, but like all of the other core elements are the same. Almost identical. You can jump and crouch. Yeah, but these don't functionally really change anything about like the core gameplay. There's a horse. Okay, you know what? There is a horse. That's true. You like its theming more. See, that's something that confuses me as well, because like, what's so different about the theming of Dark Souls 3 compared to this? What's so different about the theming of any of these games compared to Dark Souls 1. Damn it. Okay. Okay, I need to get the fuck out of dodge for this. And I didn't get the fuck out of dodge for it. Maybe I need to go towards him, not away from him. I need to like try to get behind him. That's a grab. Okay, he's got pillars of light after those attacks now. Let's see. Let's see. DS3 is about letting the cycle end because it's gone on for so long that the world is literally rotting away. Okay, but functionally, how is that any different than like what's going on here? Yes, there are some minor differences, like this world is still like earlier on in the cycle of things being fucked, but the essentially the story of all of these games, every single one of them, you can maybe not include this DLC, right? But every single one of them is just like, world's fucked, you're one of the people that can maybe unfuck it. Go unfuck it, or don't. Or maybe fuck it more. Like, that's it. That's it. The world is in a bad spot, and you're here because you're one of the few people, for some reason, whatever the reason happens to be, whether it be a curse or etc., right? You're one of the people that can fix things, or maybe not fix things. Make things worse. Why not? It's not a cycle in Elden Ring? What difference does that make? Literally what difference does that make? It's not like we are seeing the cycles. We are just playing through one cycle. We are just one person. Like, we're just one person who is here to unfuck it. Maybe. Again, maybe unfuck it. The fuck do I mean? What difference does it make? I mean, what difference does it make? Like, genuinely? To be as a player, it does not matter where in the cycle we are because we only live one part of the cycle, right? We only see one part of it. But the lore, Mr. Streamran? But I'm not talking about lore. I'm talking about theme and general feel. And the theme and general feel of all of these games is like, it's not identical, but it may as well be. Oh, my God. Oh, I didn't even know they had rocks afterwards. So roll in for that. It's like someone being like, what do you mean? What's the difference between Nebraska grass and bluegrass? They're totally different types of grass. It's like, bro, it's still grass. It's just grass. To a normal person, they look at it and go, yeah, they're green, they're grass. To use a food analogy, right? FromSoft has been making pizzas since Dark Souls 1, just with different toppings. And sure, pepperoni is a much different topping than sardines, but it's still a pizza. Oh, I thought he was doing the suck-in. I wanted to see if I could dodge the first part of the suck-in. Okay, so that one hits behind him now. Oh, he did the grab as I did the jump.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
I don't want your fucking compassion. Okay. I really got caught on that rock there. I don't remember what the grab does, so, you know. We're gonna find out together. That is the one thing I don't remember, because after a while, the people I was watching just stopped getting hit by it. Really? That killed me? That clipped me too. Even a delayed roll got hit there. Maybe I need to delay roll in, not out. But that is why, Mr. Streamer, I hope that it satisfactory. You don't have to give me a satisfactory answer, right? Like, it's just me expressing my opinion, man. If you like Dark Souls 3, but you don't like this, I'm still confused, right? But like, you don't really have to explain yourself. That's the delay. keep thinking he's gonna do that faster than he does. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it with this one. I was just getting hit by silly stuff there. Kenshi's a very cool game you would hate playing. Kenshi is the type of game that I despise. It asks you to, like... It asks you to make your own fun, just figure it out, right? And that's not the sort of vibe that I ever have, right? Typically in games like that, I will come up with one absolutely minor, like, thing to do, accomplish that thing, and then be bored. Damn it. It still upsets me this fucker steals a move from Moog. You didn't realize Kenshi was on sale, otherwise you would have gifted it. Not to me, I hope, because again, like... I can understand what other people enjoy about Kenshi, but what other people enjoy about Kenshi is the exact thing that I would hate about Kenshi. I rolled so early. Way too early there. I did that because I thought I rolled too late for the second swing of his overhead from left to right. A miracle I didn't get hit by that. Oh, that hit me still. I delayed that roll so much. I guess for that one I should be rolling in, right? So that I can hit him after. Why the fuck did you call me a donkey? I didn't do anything particularly donkey-worthy there. How rude. Noble origami redeemed. Provide a cat picture, Mr. Streamerman. Okay. Let's see. It's the first cat picture we've had to do in a while. So let's go to cat images on my thing. And you know what? I'm feeling generous today. We're gonna get a picture of a cat. This is... One of my friends was visiting a few months back. I think this is like December. And she had a brand new kitten, right? She couldn't leave it at home because it was like a very, very small kitten. Only a couple of months old, like 2 months old, I want to say. And this is her. Oop, I'll grab the image. This is my friend's cat, Sedona. Sedona is, or was at the time, the most playful cat I have ever seen in my entire life. Why the fuck is everybody getting deleted? Why did everybody just get deleted? Am I gonna have to kill a mod? I'm gonna have to shoot a mod here? It was a misclick, get over it. Oh no, not this again. Not a misfire. Your moderator man is more inaccurate than a stormtrooper. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I could pay for him to get some accuracy training, like just, you know, a course of aim labs or something, but okay, I'll apologize on behalf of my mod. We're getting a bonus photo here, okay? That was a photo of my friend's cat, Sedona. This is a photo of my sister's dog. This is my sister's dog. My sister recently moved back to Florida. She has 2 wonderful dogs. One of them is a golden retriever named Arya. This is Arya, laying on the floor as I pet her. Isn't she just wonderful? Isn't she just a precious, precious little golden retriever? She was a bit... So anytime I would go to pet her sister, she would come over and be like, "Excuse me, how dare you?" And so at one point, during the first day that they had moved in, I was helping them, you know, set stuff up and whatnot. They didn't really have any furniture set up, so I'm just sitting on the floor, petting this dog for like, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes. She was a wonderful, 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 wonderful dog. Oop. The fuck did I just do? The fuck did I just do? I hope I didn't delete something by accident. Yeah, wonderful dog. Very jealous dog. If I was petting one of them, I was petting both of them. Way too fucking good. I thought he was going for the other move. Damn it. Why didn't you grow 2 more arms to pet them both twice over? I was trying my best. I was trying my best. Okay? But counterpoint to that, if I could have 2 more arms, I'm positive there would have been 2 more dogs. They would have just appeared out of thin air. But yeah, expect more pictures of my sister's dogs in the future, because I'll be seeing her and her dogs a lot. Damn it. I thought I rolled delayed enough, but I did not. Okay, I was just checking chat to make sure I didn't miss anything. The turnaround stopped me from rolling again. Damn it. I took a bet that he wouldn't swing again, and he did. But hey, I dodged the vacuum move, so that's neat. That's possible. I don't expect I'll be dodging it much at all in general, but, you know, it is nice to know that I can dodge it. This fight will just make me appreciate Dark Souls 2 more? I kind of doubt that, but okay. Dark Souls 2 is where it all started to go wrong. Okay, so I can't swing after that one because he can just immediately start swinging again. I don't even say that as like a joke. I do actually think Dark Souls 2 is where it all started. Actually, Dark Souls 2 was the first entry where it all started going wrong, because where I think it all started actually going wrong was the Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die edition, when they started leaning into that. This game is so hard, guys. It's for the hardest hardcore. That's why they called it Prepare to Die. And then everything after that, you know, had to lean into that reputation as well. Nope, too early. Damn it. They nerfed the Sen's Giant and added bonfires? Okay. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. Like, I mean, they might not have actually made Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition a harder game. They might have actually made it easier. But when they committed to the idea that, oh my gosh, guys, Dark Souls is so hard, that's when it all went downhill. Just like when, like, Pokemon committed to, like, gotta catch 'em all, and, like, when Sonic committed to, like, he's the fastest thing alive, right? It's just a trend that they had to keep going for that just, like, sucks. Okay, I'll take that, like, baby damage from the ground slam there. No. No. Ah, right. That has rocks behind it. You have to roll inward for that. Oh, that move is annoying. Okay, and that whiffs. That's just something I wanted to see. PS1 isn't even particularly difficult looking back at it. No, it's not. It's just that it was a new genre and it had a relatively new genre and it had a learning curve. But once you've established the reputation of, oh, this thing's really hard, you have to up the ante every time. Because the people who have experience from the previous one will play the new one and think to themselves, oh, that wasn't particularly difficult. The first one was harder. And some people will equate that difficulty with... Some people will equate that difficulty with enjoyment or with quality. Oh. In my mind, I delayed that by just enough time, but it, like, didn't get delayed at all, actually. You don't think there's really anything wrong with that? I mean, I do. Like, I'm not. There's nothing wrong with enjoying games because they present you with a challenge. What I think is wrong in this situation, what I consider wrong, is that they took a series that was about like interesting game mechanics, and then they just got rid of the interesting game mechanics part. I like difficulty in games. I don't like that these games rely entirely on that now. These games aren't for me anymore, and that's ultimately my problem, is that Dark Souls 1 is a game, Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls are games that are very much for me, and these games aren't, because they took the things from Dark Souls 1 that I didn't like, and just amplified them. Really? I admit it, I've never disagreed with that idea. I have always been very vocal about the idea that, like, I don't like the direction these games are going. Okay, genuinely. Too early because I thought I was trying to do the other move. Oh look, it's the move that the move that kills people. Radon, please farm Mr. Streamer Man. I have a feeling very many people are going to be very upset with the end of the stream. I thought maybe slightly delaying it more than before would mean that I could roll inwards there, but no. Will we get to the end of the stream? I'll say it again. If we hit the 6-hour mark, there is a contingency plan. I do have a thing I will do. Oh wow, I just went for a swing there. delayed just enough. Pop gonna summon Pete and we'll be here for another 12 hours. 12 is a generous number. 12 is a very generous number there. Really, that just barely clipped me. I was ready for it. I reacted to it. It's just... Damn it. Okay. Oh, damn. Damn it. I rolled a little too early for the last thing. Unfortunate. Now you want to play Armored Core 6 again? Why? What does that have to do with this? For some reason I really thought he was not gonna swing a second time. Like, I was just like, he's just not gonna do it. Damn it. That really just fucking yoinked me. What was going on with his body there? Was it just the camera angle that made him look like he was just like broke his own back as he was swinging? What the hell was that? You have to delete the game again to be able to continue your unpatched run. What are you talking about? What unpatched game are you trying to play? Armor Core 6. Roll didn't come out. I pressed the button, I swear on my life. Dude. That move is just not fun. You know what's something a lot of games do nowadays that kind of I don't like? And I get why they do it, but it's something you can see a lot with this boss. I don't like when character models get turned transparent when you get them close to the camera. It doesn't do it with like you as a player in this game, but there was something I was playing recently that I wanted to get a nice close look to like the player character's face and like their outfit, but anytime I tried to get them close to the camera, they just turn invisible. I really don't like that that video games do that nowadays, or I guess I don't like how aggressive video games are with that sort of thing nowadays. That missed. Wow. What? That's still hitting, really? You know what I just realized when he was doing that combo that he does in both phases, right? Where he swings, he stomps his foot and then he swings his sword and then double swings. It's a lot harder to see. It's a lot harder to see the double swings in this phase because Mikola is right there and blocks your ability to see his swords. That's a minor annoyance, because the visual cue I use for that is seeing his swords above his left shoulder. This move is what I'm talking about right here. When he does this, it's like really hard to see him doing that in the second phase. Okay, so not inward, that's for sure. Still clipping. And that still clips me. Okay, that's also a move I don't remember seeing in other people's playthroughs. Something worth mentioning that I think sometimes gets overlooked about these games is that, like, there is a bit of a puzzle aspect to this stuff. Chiefly, like, figuring out what you can do for what moves. Especially now that, like... Especially now that jumping is a thing. Oh, shit. He hadn't done that in a long time, so I didn't think about the delay. But yeah, figuring out what you even can do versus certain moves is, like, one of the aspects that they've leaned into more with time that I'm not a huge fan of. Remember when Bob streamed good games like Mario World? From the very start, I have been streaming bad games. Like Persona 5, you know? Another game people probably think I dislike quite strongly that I don't. The deep lore is that nobody knows is that the first game that I ever streamed was a game called Ni no Kuni 2, which is a game that I don't hate it. It's just got a lot of aspects that I think are ass. Like mega ass even. So I can't run to the right there. That's not a tactic. Okay, I can delay roll inward there. That's fine. Okay, that's something I haven't seen before. Oh, someone said the most banned word in chat. Do you know what that means? I'll see you in 7 minutes, bozo. You're still in the beginning stages of Persona 5 because you wanted to do a playthrough side-by-side of Vanilla and Royal. Huh. That's an interesting playthrough, Kello, because I am one of the people, probably one of the only people on the planet, that just thinks the Royal version is worse. And I also think Persona 4 Golden is a worse version. Like, quality of life changes aside, I think the story elements introduced in the, like, EX versions of the game, the bonus versions of the game, just, like, totally meddle with the themes that they're going for in both games. thought. That is like one of the least intimidating reps in the maybe in the series as a whole. Do a plus to that, I didn't know. I thought him throwing the ring would give me a chance to just swing at him. You bought Vanilla ages ago, then Axiom insisted on you getting Royal, so you had to restart. Axiom thinks the movie version of Gurren Lagann is better than the series version, and so I must disagree with him on a fundamental level when it comes to these things. Okay? That sole disagreement that we have is enough to fuel my disagreement with many of the things that Axie says or suggests. We could agree on literally everything else, but that singular thing is enough for me to go, maybe this person's opinion is wrong. Not to rag on Axie though, you know. He and I both like a lot of the same things. He likes FF13. See, I'm not an FF13 hater. I think it's the most mid game I've ever played in my life. It's like, it's alright. Could be a worse game. Ouch. Damn it, that really got me. FF13 to me, so I'm a bit of an oddball, I think, when it comes to certain Final Fantasy opinions. FF13 to me is just like FF12. It's like, yeah, it's whatever, it exists. We haven't touched it in over a decade. The introduction part took 25 hours of running in a tube. Not a tube, a hallway, okay? The biggest complaint, what ruined a generation of discourse around video games was fucking people complaining about Final Hallway 13. Absolutely ruined an entire generation of discourse. Created the, popularized the idea that a game can't be good if it's linear. Which is just fucking baffling. Okay. The most linear start in any FF game ever. I mean, it's not even true. Final Fantasy X is just as linear. Bro, I'm just trying to take a sip. I don't care. I'm gonna take a sip right here. He looked away from Kenshi for a moment, and one of the bug dudes got their legs blown off by a crossbow. Don't look away next time. I don't know what to tell you. It's a bug dude, right? So, like, it's got extra legs, right? Did it lose all of them? Every single leg? If only it were a lizard dude, then it would just grow them back. Oh, damn it. Somehow it thinks Elfelt is OP. She's a low tier. She is not a low tier. You're crazy. Literally everything I have seen puts her at mid tier. Okay. Anyway. Axie has Guilty Gear PTSD. Okay. If you played fucking what's the Xrd? If you played Xrd for 10 years, you would also just be like, nah, I don't give a shit what people say. Oop, why the fuck did I take a sip? I don't care what people say. That bitch is top tier. Talking about tier lists when those are not relevant for most settings? Yeah, exactly. At low level, what is way more important than tier lists is ease of use. Don't know why I took a swing there. Anyway, I hate talking about Guilty Gear. Fuck Guilty Gear. Chat, I would rather fight Melania again than boot up Guilty Gear Strive. Or any Guilty Gear, for that matter. Okay, that tells you my feelings on Guilty Gear. Because the angle is bad. Unfortunate. That really hit me. Damn. You're gonna put some actual music on. This fight track is pissing you off. Understandable. Have a nice day, you know? Don't torture yourself if you don't need to. That shit clipped me. Fuck that. Fuck that. I cannot believe that lightning, and not lightning, I guess that's a light. The light on his fucking follow-up to that one move hit me like that. Ah, shit. To answer the question that Lorelai asked, this game, fuck this boss time limit is 6 hours on the stream. Okay, we're currently at 3 hours and 49 minutes. So you know, we've got some time to go. How kind of you to let me take a sip there, bud. How unkind of you to clip me. Damn it. not a good angle for me. We somehow managed not to get hit, but that was a really bad angle. Come on, do the thing, thank you. Ouch. Tried to roll there. Was I out of stamina? I don't think I was. I think I was. I mean, you as a viewer would be more keen on that sort of thing, because I'm, as a streamer, man, fuck, just looking at the boss. You've gone through combo trials like 5 or 6 times? What, for Alex? Looks like another boss that would be fun if this game had Sekiro Deflect. Yeah, it might. If this game had Sekiro Deflect, this might be a fun boss fight. I can see how that would function. You're just doing it as something to do while you're watching. Why don't you like grind herbs or whatever? You can literally put it on. Okay, well, for starters, it's not the same thing. And secondly, like, this game doesn't have a stagger gauge in the way Sekiro does. So like, even if it was identical and you can just press left bumper to Sekiro guard, Sekiro parry, right, on everything, it would functionally not be as useful. You just want to get more comfortable with Street Fighter 6 as a whole? That's understandable. It took me a long time to get comfortable. Oh yeah, I rolled into that. It took me a long time to get comfortable with the way things work in Street Fighter 6 coming from KOF. It just felt alien to me, the way combos and everything work in that game. Although, to be fair, like, my first 50 or 60 hours of KOF was just like me flailing and being unable to do a combo or anything. So, you know, sometimes that's just how it is. I wanted to see if I could get an application of Mesmer Fire Grease in between the combo there, but nope, not quite. Oop. I really want to do that right here now. Can I even... I was gonna say, get far enough away. Apparently I can, just barely. Yeah, okay. The timing of that is incredibly delayed. Damn it. You're only playing Street Fighter 6 because friends want to play it? Just, I mean, that's such a mind-boggling, like, idea to me. If my friends are playing a game that I don't like, I just don't play it. Multiple times now, my friends have been playing something like Abyssus or Michael Punk, and I'm just like, yeah, no, that game looks boring to me. I'll pass. The game has to at least be mildly interesting to me for me to, like, play it with friends. We need to get everyone into Blade Blue? No, we don't. So if that's your argument, I'm gonna just say one simple sentence. Street Fighter 6 does not have platinum. Therefore, Street Fighter 6 is a better game, regardless of whatever the hell has happened recently. Who cares about the story in the fighting game? Exactly. Hit me. The story is part of why you love Guilty Gear? Yeah, but Guilty Gear's story sucks. Guilty Gear's story actually sucks. Let's see if I can just gonna say roll through this and get a free hit on, but nope. Damn. It doesn't suck, it's just sort of dumb. It's not just sort of dumb, it's incredibly dumb. You just had an insane epiphany? What was the epiphany? You think you like the links now? It's clicking? It's finally linking for you? You understand why they are good for games? Oh. You're becoming enlightened? Oh, damn it. Okay, well, like I said. Oh, that don't too early. What the fuck counts as a link? A link is essentially... A link is the opposite of a cancel, okay? If a move cancels, you can, at any point during the cancelable frames of the move, basically buffer your next move. If you have to link it, that means you have to time it. Manual timing is basically what a link is. Manual timing for combos, for strings, for normal buttons, for specials, etc. You prefer cancel windows? Of course you do, because that's what you know. That's what you were bred to know. Essentially, right? If I were to use Elden Ring as an example, a link, a cancel or a link is the difference between I'm pressing R1, R1, right? Oops, sorry. R1, R1, and then, oh look, the second R1 came out, right? It buffered the next move. If I had to link my R1 swings, it would be like, as the recovery for this move is happening, then I can swing it again. Bred to know? Yes. Yes. In the fighting game sense. All the fighting games you have played, right, that made you the player that you are, essentially led you into knowing cancels and to liking cancels, because those are the games you've played. Now there is a difference between like just a buffer and a cancel and a link, etc., right? So the example I used isn't perfect because this game doesn't have cancels. It just buffers moves. But you can have links and have a buffer still, which Street Fighter does. Street Fighter also has cancels. It's just the cancels in that game are more specific. Oh, for some reason that was faster than I was expecting. You just prefer more open-endedness? Links allow for open-endedness. Links allow for you to have moves that aren't cancelable, that can still be comboed into other things. A link system allows for things to be way more open than just a cancel system. Because a cancel system essentially says, oh, this move can just go right into this. You can cancel it's called a cancel because you're canceling the end lag of a move, right? Like, let's say I'm stopping the move from recovering here, right? Like, I'm stopping the move from having this drawback where I bring my axe back up. A link allows you to do that, to bring the axe back up and then still continue it. So the way Street Fighter handles it is that it will have a lot of moves, typically mediums, standing mediums or crouching mediums, that are cancelable, right? And lights, all of the standing lights in Street Fighter, as far as I'm aware, are cancelable. But sometimes hitting a move is plus enough that you can fully recover from it and then do something else, and it still works. Okay, you know what I want to do? I'm not using that much FP at the moment, simply because nope, that's not what I want to do. Simply because I don't fucking care about, what am I trying to do? Flasks, that's what I'm trying to do. I just don't care that much about fucking throwing shit at him. I never have. I have never played these games with the sole intention of just being like, yeah, I'm gonna throw this big old fireball at the guy. Feels incredibly rigid to you. Well, see, the thing about Street Fighter is that it's incredibly... It only feels incredibly rigid if you don't have an understanding of all of the extra rules, essentially, that Street Fighter has. Street Fighter has what I'll say are like modifiers on basically every aspect of it, right? But they're not modifiers that are immediately obvious. For example, Street Fighter has something called combo point or juggle point, which is essentially a system that allows moves up to a certain number of times to juggle in the air, right? I might be too slow for this. And if you don't understand juggle point, you'll be like, why the hell can I not hit this person with my standing hard punch when they're in the air here, but I could before. In my opinion, is one system better than the other? No. In my opinion, it's a matter of intricacy versus simplicity in how the systems interact with one another. Street Fighter is a very intricate game on a system level because it has so many different ways that things interact with one another. But because it's such a intricate game at a system level, the character's individuality sometimes suffers for it. To be fair, there's complexity to be found in anime fighter. Yeah, anime fighters typically find their complexity in the mechanics of each individual character. What? Oh, fuck, I hit you twice. Complexities such as how do you have a fun time fighting Happy Chaos? That being said, not all anime games are not system games, right? That's like a broad overstatement. For example, I think a game that is actually a system game more than it is a character game, an anime game, is Under Night. Under Night in Birth is a game that has incredibly complex system mechanics, but it draws a nice balance between focusing on characters and focusing on systems. think you prefer character. Again, that's that's what you know, so of course that's what you prefer. Every game you have put a large amount of time into has been a character game over system. And that's not to say anything negative or positive about it. That's just how it is. Like if I grew up playing Tekken 7, of course I'd like the things that Tekken 7 has in similar with other games. Has in common with other games. For what it's worth, when I stopped playing Smash and started playing other games like Tekken, right? A lot of the systems like Juggle Point or Links or even just cancels like bothered the hell out of me. I didn't understand the reason why they exist or why they function the way they do. It took me a very long time to adjust to other games. Ah, fuck you. I was out of stamina. It's very difficult to see what this boss is doing because of Mikola. Wow, guys, we're 4 hours and 20 minutes in the stream. 420. Smoke the kush. What other things do people say? Dank. Regardless of opinion on what games are good or not, fighting games are rad. I don't think I'm in that class of people that just thinks fighting games as a genre is so cool, right? I like what I like, but there are so many fucking lame-ass fighting games. Mortal Kombat exists, games like Sailor Moon exist. I wouldn't call those cool games, in fact I call them incredibly lame and not worth playing. I watched a video recently that essentially came down to the idea of just like people that don't want to learn are... It was essentially just like people with a fixed mindset are wrong, and here's why: a growth mindset is the way to go. And I understand where those people are coming from, because learning things can be cool, but sometimes it's okay to just suck at things and to stay sucking at things and to not want to learn. You know? Growth mindset has some flaws. It really does, because growth mindset leads to things like capitalism, right? And I have a massive disagreement with the idea of capitalism. Sometimes it's okay to be content with things staying the same. And every conversation I've ever had with someone that's like, I don't know, drinking the growth mindset juice, it's just been like, them being like, but what if we settled for not having a cure to cancer? And it's like, okay, cool, but what if we settled for like the age of industry when people could like eat food and afford rent, right? Sometimes growth has costs, and people only talk about the times when growth was a good thing for society or for humanity as a whole. They don't talk about the times when like people did awful, terrible things in the names of like, oh well, growth. But this is like a very nuanced conversation. It's not the kind of conversation you can have over a Twitch chat, you know? Feels like you have to constantly be improving. Yeah, see, that's like crazy. It's okay to just like, to just stop. To just not improve. To just like, let it be. So that joke is not funny, okay? I'm not gonna reprimand you or anything, but like, I don't want jokes like that in my Twitch chat. I don't know. I just I also just think that like moderation is a good thing. And some people just go so hard on one aspect of life, you know? You don't have to apologize. Like, what you were doing was just a joke, and it's totally fine to make jokes. It wasn't particularly like, it wasn't like a particularly offensive joke or anything. That particular topic invites some sorts of people, and I don't want those sorts of people. I'm not gonna like dance around this. I don't want Nazis in my Twitch chat, and even making jokes about Nazi topics brings Nazis into spaces. Like, it's a very unfortunate reality of modern day is that even trying to just like fucking, even if you made a video that was 45 hours of just dunking on Nazis and proving them for being like terribly awful wrong about everything, that would still like bring the Nazis in droves. Okay, there we go. Damn it. I thought he was doing a different move. Fightcade might have Bloody Roar. Are y'all trying to get some Bloody Roar going? See, that's a fighting game I don't like. Visually, like, in terms of feel and whatnot. Don't care for it. That's one of those games that makes me think that, like, I'm not a fan of the genre. I'm just a fan of a few games. A few specific games. Ah, fucking hell. Power abuse, mod abuse. Let's see what happened during this run. Let's see. 20 messages were deleted. Oh no, how terrible. You can't connect the medium after Lariat? Yeah, it's because that's a very specific spacing thing, how. I didn't see any abuse, so... I don't know, sounds like a skill issue to me. It's a spacing thing? Yes. Medium is what, 8 frames? 7 frames? Lariat is only +7 at like a very specific spacing. That's why most people... That's why at most ranges you have to link it into the light kick. Standing light kick. Thank you for doing the thing. Damn it. You just randomly can't do it anymore? You hate it here? Welcome to Street Fighter. That's why I stopped. That's part of the reason I stopped playing Terry, is because there's a very specific. It's the same thing. There's a very specific range where you can do a combo that links into a medium to continue the combo, but it's at this one specific spacing, and I could just never figure out how to set it up so that I was at that spacing. You know? And the people who consistently get that spacing are like wizards to me. This is the wall stun combo? I know. But the spacing is dependent on like when you hit the jump in move, or like what frames of the other moves you cancel out of. Clip me. Oh, really? Really? That just like one-shot me? Eh. Why'd you just immediately go into your two annoying time-wasting moves? Oh. You know what? Just kill me. This attempt is moot. You're sick of this boss music? I'm sorry to hear that. Right, I have to dodge roll 3 times there. Of course it clicked me. Phase 2 music is the most peak of peak. If you say so. I don't know why I decided to roll there instead of jump. Damn it. I thought when I'm that close for that move for whatever reason, I'm thinking to myself that the delay is not as long, but it is. It doesn't change how long he delays that, regardless of how far or how near I am. Can't even remember a song from Bloodborne other than that one boss on the bridge early game. Yeah, same. The dog screaming, ah! You know, great song. I also mostly only remember that because of the meme with the husky howling, with the whatever the name of that boss is playing in the background. I don't even remember the name of the boss. It's Cleric Beast or something like that. You're not seeing those twin blades? There's a reason for that. I'll bring him out for an attempt if that's what you want to see, but I don't think it's gonna go well. Maybe just a change of pace for a little bit. You have to build them a specific way. Yeah, you do. You have to hit. Like, they're not awful, right? The damage here isn't terrible, but like, I'm getting a lot more off of Savage Line Claw on the long openings than I think I would just smacking him with these swords. And the problem is the thing that I want to do, right, the flame stance, is just really, really, really slow and doesn't do that much damage to him. The real tragedy of this build is that I didn't really get to use... I was kind of hoping this area would be at least a little bit longer than it is, but the tragedy of this build is that I didn't get to use the ice perfume like at all. Is ice perfume bad when we're done? So my scaling with it is, it scales off of one of the stats I didn't put a lot into, right? But it's just, the damage in general on it is low. And its ice buildup is not that good either. So like, I'll whip it out and use it a little bit here, I guess, just for the hell of it. But I did 900 damage there where I could have done 1700 or more. I was just preparing the build to be thematically what I wanted it to be, and for the possibility of like this area being longer than I anticipated. Oh, what? The camera fucked me there. I thought I was...
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
I was running when I didn't mean to run because of the camera. Like, notice how it has not procced Frost yet, right? Now, he might be immune to it or something. I don't know. But Oh, there. Wait, no, I thought it was there for a moment, but it's just like doesn't build up that much. The poison one builds up poison quite a lot, but they're there because I like them. They look cool, not because I had planned on seriously using them. I really love this move. Fighting the hippos with the poison version of this move was pretty radical. And look at the range of that. That should, like, you'd think it'd have better range than that, but it just doesn't. The old AI is cool because he has poison perfumes too. Like, now I'm curious if I can even get Frost to proc on him. Okay, I can in fact get Frost to proc on him, it just takes a very long time. Like, no, not even like a little bit worth the amount of time it takes. Like, I'm positive if I whipped out my Frost Axe at the moment, it would be doing more than that. Okay, let's eat some shrimp. Let's change up to the shrimp for a little bit. The fact that the duration of that range is setting. My thought process was, well, I'm not in his range when I dodge this move, so obviously he's not going to go for the next one because the AI will just be like, oh, there's no reason to. But, you know. Did they nerf the spark perfumes glitch? I have no clue. I made a strong perfume build once with the spark version of what I have, weapon art, and the perfumer's talisman. This was after the glitch was patched. Elden Ring has some great weapons. It has some neat ones, yeah. Definitely has the most interesting weapons of any From game. Although, Sekiro has some really cool ones too, so it does at least have competition on that front. Ouch. Why? Most speedruns down patch nowadays, and it's fucking lame. I mean, I'm sure there are current patch speedruns. I'm sure that's a category. There's probably a category for any particular, like, large change as far as a balance goes. Let's pop one of these bad boys. Half an hour of running around collecting shit and then a boss rush. Yeah, I don't think this game, at least like without like some serious glitches, is probably all that interesting to watch. You know? I imagine like a no major glitches category for this is kind of boring. I hate me with it. The glitches in the DLC areas is hilarious. It is. I remember when that shit was getting discovered. I tuned into a Distortion 2 stream and like some crazy shit was happening. Yeah, I don't have enough time to get an attack in between that. I wanted to see. Speed walking in the air. Yep. Just running over entire areas, just on nothing, just running on the air. Okay, cool. It all went wrong as soon as I rolled into the fucking ring. Because I thought he was doing the other move. I wish he would just consistently open up with the big fuck you. Still didn't go. I was hoping to get behind that. There we go. Thank you. Oh, I didn't pop a remote. I guess I'll do that. Why not? No stamina to roll that. It's fucking hard to see what he was doing there. One of my biggest complaints with this is just like in phase 2, it's so difficult to see anything. He's got his hair, or Mikkela's hair, right? Which is a bit annoying seeing his slashes through the hair. But like all of the fucking all of the light flashes are just directly in front of the camera. What rune do I have on? Great rune, I mean. Where do I even see that? I mean, it shows it right there, but I don't physically know which one that is. Eh. Use those spells. Those spells don't have the range to hit him. That's the problem. The spells don't have the range to approach him. This one does, but this one takes forever, and it's not going to do that much damage. Very strange that he did that directly in front of my face. You would just respec your build at this point? Why? I saw a lot, so I watched the VOD of Maximilian going and fighting Gaius, right? The boss after Mesmer. And so many people in the comments were just like, why is he being so stubborn? He should have just changed his build. And to me, that's like, what the fuck you... People do that? You just, like, change your build because you're struggling with one boss? What? You don't just build your build and then commit to it? If it's a shitty build, how do you know it's a shitty build? It wasn't being optimized? Oh my lord. Optimization is the opposite of fun. Ouchie. Like, but genuinely though, like when I'm playing a game like this, I make a build and then I commit to it because like, otherwise, what's the point of not always just being like, okay, Google, what is Radon Consort's weakness? Oh, he's weak to rot. Okay, cool. Let me go equip one of the things that does rot and then just rotting them, right? Like, what's stopping me at that point from just looking up the weakness of every boss and just being like, okay, cool. I'm gonna do that real quick. Like, part of me was curious before I settled on the idea of having everyone submit builds. Part of me was curious. It was just like, okay, I'm just gonna look up 5 of the best builds in the game and just blitz through the game, right? Part of me was like, part of me was just like, maybe I'll do that for the DLC. But then I was like, wait, no, that shit's boring. You mean you'd pump 60 strength, get 80 vigor, put the rest into endurance and focus? Yeah, like that's lame. When I play these games, part of the appeal of them is playing as a character, right? Role playing. And the character that I'm role-playing is, she wants to use these fire spells. It's part of who she is, right? Now, I'm not necessarily, like I said, using them against this boss because, well, quite frankly, they suck versus this boss. And they suck versus most bosses, actually. But having them there is cool. I was hoping you'd spin into it. You want to spin into this one? Like, if I wanted to just blitz through this boss, I would just equip a shield that's strong enough to, like, block some of his stuff. The stuff that makes guard counters stronger, I'd have like, Golden Vow on, and just, like, a strong poking weapon, because he's clearly weaker to pokes than he is slash. But, like, what's the fun in that? I ran back into it. Although, I do know some people take pride in the idea of, like, well, you see, I didn't do the thing that he was weak against, and therefore I'm a better gamer than you are, and I think that's nonsense. That's crazy. Like, do what you have fun with, but, like, there is no bragging rights for beating this video game. Regardless of how you did it. Like, who cares? If someone out there genuinely cares, they're like, wow, I beat Radon at level 1. I'm like, oh, bro, good for you. I don't care. I don't care, and no one, like, actually genuinely cares. The internet points aren't gonna do anything for you. There is actually, because you did it quicker than Peeve. Listen, it's funny that you did it quicker than Peeve, but also, it doesn't matter. Damn you. But this is the hardest video game ever made. Of course you have to brag about beating it. It's not even close to the hardest video game ever made. I don't play that many difficult video games. I wouldn't even put this in, like, my top 20. Right? I have played plenty of games harder than this. Is it one of the more difficult games that's come out in the last, like, 5 years? Probably. But, like, there are likely dozens and dozens of games on the original NES that are more difficult than this. I delayed the roll, but not by enough. And then when you get into the world of, like, multiplayer games, basically every multiplayer game is more difficult than this. There are hundreds of I Want to Be the Guy fan games harder than this. Oh, yes. And every single one of them is bad because I Want to Be the Guy is bad. I rolled into that. I should have rolled forward. I forgot. I just wanted to get some space to heal. It's funny that, like, I Want to Be the Guy and Kaizo Mario, right, have their origins basically in the same place, and yet Kaizo Mario has evolved and changed into this thing that is honestly incredibly well designed from, like, incredibly well put together from, like, a design standpoint, right? And stuff like I Want to Be the Guy, I Want to Be the Bashi, Wings of V, etc. Those are all games that are like, Design? Poof, I spit on the name of design. Still too early. Did it again, yeah. Same thing 2 times in a row. Gamer cred, right, for like, oh, I beat this thing on this difficulty, etc., etc., is just like something that is so alien to me. Video games are supposed to be fun, right? But so many people get distracted by stuff that, like, isn't fun. It's more like work or, like, torture. Because some people, like... You don't brag about beating people up in fighting games? No, I don't. The only time I ever bring up... like, beating people in fighting games is if they started talking shit first. What about beating up Zeal? I mean, I'll jokingly talk about beating up Zeal, but, like... I'm not gonna be like, guys, I'm so much better than Zeal at Smash Brothers. Respect me. Because, like, who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit? I spent a large part of my teenage years in a community that, like, basically worships people for being good at a video game. Right? I despise that shit. I would much rather spend my time with people that suck at video games and are cool to be around than like spend a single hour with someone that's very good at a video game but insufferable. Damn it. The camera fucked me there. The camera fucked me. That's why you can always be, that's why you can always count on being invited to be the co-star in the Deadlock streams. Yeah, you're fun to play with. That's not to say that you're bad at the game though, you know. You know what, let's give this guy a shot. One shot. You got one shot here, bud. Okay? Let's see what you can do. I didn't realize he has a scythe. Lame. It's heartwarming to hear people still complain about the cameras at Souls games. They never got good.
General Radahn,
Oh, he has,
a
like,
pleasure
dialogue.
to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay, well, you got your shot, and I blew it, so... Sucks to suck, Ansbach, but, you know... But did that do 9k damage to him? And that's only, like, a fifth or a sixth of his health? How much fucking health does Ansbach have? Okay. But next, you must contest with the rats. Okay, well, you killed all of them instantly. A bit rude, if you ask me. A bit rude. They can't just make Ansbach a 3-shot like you. Okay, but 9k being like a small chunk of his HP is... It's kind of wild. It also just goes into to put into perspective how much fucking damage this dude is doing. Why is this motherfucker doing that much more damage than the max HP I have? You ever just feed your rats to a boss? Yeah, I've done it multiple times. You want to see it again? I'll do it again. I will do it again. Look, 2 of them lived through the first attack. Okay. You run away. Frame rate dies a little bit, and then you run back. I did not need to go in. I thought I had enough time there to swap weapons and then put out the move, but it took a lot longer for the move to come out than I thought. I buffered it right away, and then it took like a full second and a half after the weapon swap for the move to come out. Bop, if you're going to use Plan B, I'm going to give you a donation of money. You must kill the boss. I'm sorry, but nothing can stop. Nothing can stop what is in motion. I have a little bit of a point to prove, if I'm being quite honest. A little bit of a point to prove with my Plan B. Just a minor point to prove, and like I have to do it for my own mental well-being, I think. So I'm not gonna say do your worst or anything like that, but like you cannot deter me. Nothing can change my mind. I have already decided. Take back what you said. You were just trying to motivate me to kill the boss and not need it. Well, I appreciate that, but my mind was set on what to do well before, like, we even got to the point where I was going to fight this boss, right? Like, weeks and weeks ago, I was like, this is what I'm gonna do. Right, and then when people decided, like, when y'all were like, oh, Bop should do his own build for the finale, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm definitely doubling down on this idea. But before Plan B is put into motion, right? We still got a half hour to go, and maybe I'll clutch up. I mean, it's doubtful at this point. What even is the contingency plan? You'll see when you see it. But I'll give like an explanation for the stuff going through my head. Can't wait to see a mod where I summon all the other builds I've done to fight alongside me. I mean, that would be fucking radical. If I had the manpower for that. That is the sort of thing I would love to do, you know? Damn it, I tried to roll there, just was late. Plan B is stop using his feet to play. He's just not even trying yet. Yeah, it's true. Actually, I'm only using one foot. Not even both feet. Just my left foot. Which, to be fair, that is my dominant foot, but, you know. I've been eating peanut butter and jelly Uncrustables this entire time. Started the night with a box of 24 of them. We're down to 12. I can't do that. I don't know why I think I do that. Dude, that shit clipping you is just a little bit annoying. I wish I just genuinely wish the stuff in the front of the screen wasn't happening. The flashing lights are like incredibly difficult to see around. Felt like there was something in my inventory that I could have swapped out. Why the hell do I have golden bolts equipped? Don't remember what it is, don't care. Man, I wish I did more damage. It didn't take quite as long. It just takes too long to go into that move. You have to like queue it up and then do it. If you could just go right into it, that would be one thing, but you gotta queue it up first. Damn it. Right, like that animation alone takes too fucking long. Dude, I don't get how sometimes I'm running to the right there works and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know if it's like an angle thing, I don't know if it's a distance thing, I just don't fucking know. Don't know how to deal with that move. Rolling doesn't seem to work. Rolling doesn't seem to work consistently. And like, I don't know, it's just hard to react to. I backed up because I thought he would do Pillars of Light there, the stomp. And I was like, well, I can't dodge in because I'll get hit by the pillars. But he didn't. He didn't continue the combo there? What the hell? I don't know if I've ever seen him do just the stomp. That's weird. I don't know if the entire time we've been fighting him, if he has ever done just the stomp like that. Huh. Too early. Okay, you have to roll out with that one as well. I was thinking maybe I could roll in, but no. Oh. I didn't know he could have follow-up for that. I thought that was a one-off. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that move. Don't know what to do with it. Are you winning, son? I'm not your son. I'm older than you. You can't call me son. At least I think I'm older than you. By a year. Yeah, okay. So I'm older than you, so you can't call me son. That is disrespecting your elders, okay? And that is not cool. I'm playing a game called Elden Ring, okay? You need to respect your elders. Are you winning, son? I'm not your son either. How dare you? Are you winning, Dad? No, see, I like that even less. Don't call me Dad, that's weird. What the fuck? Miku, what the hell was that? Why did you just turn around? Okay, well, camera wasn't particularly helpful there. Oh, now after I fucking dead, you do the move I was looking for. Okay. Thanks, bro. Thanks a lot there, Oni-chan. You were extremely tempted to add a DY to the end of that, but you're fairly certain I would have personally shot you. Yes, I would have shot you if you called me daddy. You would have been shot. I would have laughed, but would that have been worthwhile? Did I win yet? Yeah, just now. I won. You can see it says you died, but that's referring to him, right? That's me saying you died. But Miku is like Miku is a nice person, right? So when she kills him, she actually just resets time. Because she wants Mikola to forever be able to revive his dear older brother. You don't like the sentence that I said? I said the nice version. The version that won't upset Hal. I could have said so Mikola can forever revive his dearest Sugoi Oni-chan, okay? Rodon must protect his, I'm trying to remember the name for the word for little brother, but I don't remember the word for little brother, just little sister. That clipped me? What the fuck? What is the word? It's not Ototo, right? Imoto is little sister. And then Oni-chan is like a cutesy way of saying older brother. What's the Aniki, right? Aniki. I could say Aniki. Mikola's trying to revive his Aniki. We could treat this like it's fucking a Yakuza game, you know? The Yakuza games use that word a lot because it means respected older brother. And the Yakuza refer to themselves using like family terms. Yeah, I rolled too really. How you could just start shooting people for saying anything about Alex because that shit's been dead and old since like 24 hours after he came out. If anyone so much as says, "Ha, Alex," just like shoot them out of the sky. Soul got a few mentions this stream, but like they aren't even like trying to make a funny joke. It's just like, "Ha, Alex." At least say something funny is what I'm trying to say. Effort or timeout. Yeah, yeah. It's the same thing with like, well, you know the D's policy. It's like, okay, they get one chance to see if they can make it funny. I don't know why I fucking swung there. I tried to roll, but I didn't react fast enough. I hope you all could tell that I was doing that one parrot dance emote while I was saying that. Because we have 1 minute left, basically, for me to crush this boss, which is going to happen right here, obviously, you know. I knew you were going to do this move, that's why I preemptively switched to the axe. You're going to do something? Ouch. That's still hurting. You know, you serve the least polite zombie I've ever met. And that's saying something. I just want you to know that. The least polite zombie I've ever met. Okay. I'll give it this one last attempt. One last attempt. I didn't even get to see the big nuke move, you know? I'm dead. Yep. Okay. So before I talk about Plan B, or the contingency plan, my my moving forward from here, I'm actually going to take a quick break. Use the restroom. Right. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll talk about what the plan is moving forward. And some other things. But first, I am going to get up, stretch my legs a little bit, and use the restroom. I will be back. Okay, I am back. I am back. Ooh, and Jet is joining us today. Jet is joining us for this next part here. Bing Fang redeem water the plant, and I will take a sip of water. I've had water here this entire time, so it's not like I've been depriving myself or anything, you know? I had water and a Pepsi with me for this stream because I figured I need something like to keep me going as far as, you know, a nice treat goes. That's what the Pepsi was here for. And obviously you need to hydrate. That's why the water is here. I always have water with me. I am too old now to like go back to those 12-hour sessions of games without any hydration or food. Bob, what doing? Okay, so I'm about to explain what Plan B is. But before I talk about Plan B, I need to talk about some of the things that I was ruminating on, some of the things that I was thinking about doing when it came to the seemingly inevitable problem of the final boss, right? So, I talked a little bit earlier about the idea that one of the ideas I initially had for this DLC playthrough, before I settled on viewer builds, before I realized that there was enough interest for me to do that, right? And one of those things was just like looking up strong shit and just using strong shit to see what people who have like broken the game open actually, you know, use and feel is strong and demonstrate is strong, right? Like some of that shit that we saw people do to Melania after I beat Melania, right? Just the absurd stuff where it's like, I did 45,000 damage in 4 seconds, right? But, you know, I kind of decided against it because it wouldn't be that interesting. Sort of the same situation here. Plan B initially was just like, just fucking, I don't know, go do the thing where you buff 45 times and then two-shot the boss, right? But it's just not that interesting to me, right? At that point, you're just doing it to do it. And like, sure, there might be some validity in that. But, I don't know. If you're just doing something just to do it, then I'll just go do something that you actually enjoy. Unless, you know, you do enjoy two-shotting these bosses. I couldn't care less either way. Right? Another part of me was like, okay, so just find, like, the strat that's strong, but not necessarily broken. The strat where you're, like, you still have to learn the boss fight, right? If I took a previous Souls game, for example, some of the previous Souls games, there's strats where it's like, use a Great Shield, right? Having a hard time with Ornstein and Smough in Dark Souls 1, use a Great Shield, right? So that's something I also ruminated on, and it's sort of like, yeah, I could do that. That might be a little bit of fun, right? Just fucking slapping on this Verdigris Great Shield and, you know, doing, what's the thing called? Guard countering him, right? But I've done that before in other games, so it's not really that interesting to me, right? It's not like a new, exciting sort of thing to try. Part of me, then after denying that strategy, that idea to myself, because I just didn't find it that interesting, part of me was also like, okay, so what about, where is it? What about using this mimic tier bullshit that people say is super strong, and just summoning another version of myself, and just fighting it with my ashes? And I don't know, like, how strong this thing actually is, and I don't actually care to find out, if I'm being quite honest. So I told myself, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to just summon Teilu or mimic tier ashes and just, like, fucking fight them 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 or whatever, right? And so, then what was I left with? Well, the other thing I was left with is, you know, I can summon an NPC. But, I don't know, I just don't... this guy is... he's whatever. His voice is nice, but I don't really... he's like a Moog's follower, and, like, I don't really care about that. As far as, like... like, his lore or his story goes. I don't really care about that, and it doesn't really jive with Miku's whole thing, right? The lore that I have going on for her, where she came in here to figure out what the hell's going on, and she disguised herself as other people, right? Took on the attire and the skills and the stats, etc. of my viewers, right? Of other people in this realm, to sort of sneak around and figure out what the hell is going on, right? That's her whole goal. That's what the... I don't know if I made that clear, but that's what the lore for Miku in Shadow of the Erdtree is, right? So, much to that point, that same point, the idea of summoning a person, like a player, also just immediately off the table, right? Because it just doesn't make sense to me. It wouldn't jive with the lore. It's not something I particularly like doing in these games on a first playthrough. Co-op is fun, but you can't treat co-op as like a... how do I put this? If one of my goals ultimately with this series is to critique the direction that the Souls games are going, and I feel like I've made that pretty clear that is one of my goals. Part of me played this game solely for the curiosity of, like, would I actually enjoy it, the formula in this way? Or would these things that I, on the outside, thought that I would dislike, will I actually dislike them, right? I think it's pretty clear at this point that the things I thought I would like, i.e. bosses with big health pools and lots of big moves and, like, a focus on combat above all else, yeah, those are things I was right to assume I wouldn't like. Right? So, where does this leave me? If I won't use a broken build, I won't use a build that's not necessarily broken, but is incredibly strong, right? If I won't change my build whatsoever to more properly deal with the boss's bullshit, if I won't summon ashes, if I won't summon players, right? What does that leave me as far as options go with the boss, right? Well, one of the things that I could do, and I did look into this just to see how viable it is, right? I could cheese the boss. There is a cheese on the current patch of the game where basically you use Mimic Veil, right? You use Rot Pots and Poison Pots, and you use the one spell, where is it? Trying to see it. The one spell that just hides you, right? It just makes you harder to see. Trying to figure out where the fuck that is. Wherever it is. Hidden Body, I think it's called. Or something like that. Right? I could do that. That is something... Unseen Form, that's what it's called, right? I legitimately did see a strategy that works on current patch where you just do that. You take very specific steps. You have Rot Pots and Poison Pots. Hefty, where are they? Wherever the fuck they are. The Rot Pots, Hefty Rot Pots and Poison Pots, and you just wait. And if you're standing in a specific spot during the phase transition, you can sneak your way back over to the fog. Radon will walk forward to the edge of the arena and then just fall into the ground and die. Right? I could do that. But I decided against that. What did I decide to do then? If all of these options are things that I don't want to do, what did I decide to do? The answer to that is simple. I quit the game. Up to this point, I have been playing the game because I want to see what the game has to offer, right? I've seen the boss. I know what the cutscenes at the end look like. I don't care about hitting the credits. So I just stop. I just fucking leave. What's the point? It's not like I have anything to prove. Earlier, I'm gonna go back into the game though, because I don't want to hear this fucking song. Earlier, I talked about the idea of like gamer cred and the idea of like I don't see the point of it. I beat a boss that I could I don't know if other people consider it harder, but Melania definitely feels harder to me, right? I suffered through that because I felt like I wanted to do it at the time, but I don't really want to suffer through this. I don't really care about this boss as far as lore goes. I don't care about seeing what comes next because I know that nothing comes next. This is the end. Right? I just don't care. Maybe at some point in the future, I will feel compelled to come back to this game and like bash my head against the wall until this boss dies. You literally didn't even get to see me suffer a single time. You pull up as I quit. If I'm being quite honest, it wasn't really suffering, right? Like, Melania was suffering because I just thought the boss was insufferable. I think the first phase of this boss is actually, like, nice. It's a good boss. But the second phase has one specific thing that I really don't care for, and it's all the flashing lights in the screen, making things hard to see. That's it. Right? That's it. That's the only thing about this second phase that's just like, I don't like that. I really don't like that. But this kind of leaves me in a weird spot where, like, I would like to talk about my thoughts on the DLC while the credits are rolling, but obviously if I don't beat the final boss, I don't get the credits. So I'm just gonna yap here for a few minutes about, like, what I think about this DLC compared to the base game, what I think about this DLC compared to, like, FromSoft games in general. If anybody was expecting more or less than this, as far as just leaving the boss unfinished, I'm sorry, but, like, I just genuinely don't care. The boss fights in this game, and generally in this series, are the worst part. They are the least interesting part. That has remained true since Dark Souls, since Demon Souls. That has remained true since Demon Souls, right? There are sometimes fun mechanics or interesting visuals with these bosses, but ultimately at the end of the day, the combat itself is an excuse for all of the rest of the systems in the game to exist. To me. I find my stubbornness in regards to my build amusing. I mean, listen, the only reason I played the DLC, initially the only reason I wanted to play the DLC was to use this weapon, right? Because I think this weapon looks cool. If I can't beat the boss with this weapon, or, like, I reasonably can't beat the boss with this weapon in an amount of time that I find suitable, then, like, I just don't care to beat it. Or I generally don't care to beat it anyway. You'll only accept this if I beat Yuzora in Kingdom Hearts 3 in Repentance. Matt, I'm going to be real with you. I may never play Kingdom Hearts 3 again in my life. I don't like that video game. Yeah, it's cool that they added a bunch of super bosses at the end of the game as a DLC, like 8 months later, a year later, whatever the hell it was. But nothing about the mechanics of that game compel me to go back and fight those bosses. I beat 2 of those 13 bosses, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. The mechanics of that game don't interest me. That boss is so good, though. Yeah, but you have to fight 12 other bosses first that I just wasn't enjoying. I just wasn't enjoying it. It's like, I don't care. I felt the same sort of ambivalence towards those boss fights as I do towards these boss fights. which is just to say, like, I don't have any. I know I can beat them. I just don't feel compelled to. Right? But let's see. Can I find this is a weird thing to do, so I guess maybe we'll do that. Maybe what we'll do is swap over to yeah, I think what we're gonna do is this. I'm going to put on the Shadow of the Erdtree credits, just so I have something with music and shit to play in the background. And then Yap. Does that sound good to y'all? Because I just think, like, it's this scene right here that we're staring at is too quiet. There's no music playing. There's nothing going on. I need some sort of noise happening while I yap about my thoughts on the game. But the quiet is so much more powerful. Are there credits after the DLC final boss? There have to be, right? Are there not? Wait, are there not? There are not? What the hell? Okay, then never mind. I guess we're stuck in silence. Is there an area in the video game that just, like, has good idle music? There wasn't for any of the fucking games? Yeah, but the other games treat their... Well, okay, I don't know about Dark Souls 3. But the other games treat their DLCs as sort of, like, side quests, whereas this is clearly, like, its own separate thing. Whatever. Guess we'll just sit in silence as I talk about the video game. Okay. Let's see. So, for starters, right, a lot of people I know have talked about this DLC, and the way they talk about it is basically... Could always put my own music, but you know what it is? You know what we'll do? We'll put on the best song from... The only good song from this video game. Let's go to... what is the name of it? Ancestral Spirit Elden Ring. That's the only good song from this video game. But that means I need to go quickly to here and copy this browser audio source because I don't have that here. And then go back to current playthrough. Click on paste reference. There we go. Browser audio. Okay. Let's see. Regal Ancestor Spirit. Okay. I just needed y'all to tell me, can you hear this? No, you can't because I have that shit muted. I'm stupid. Fuck. I don't remember what I had this set to. Let's just try -2 decibel. Can y'all hear this? Is this good? Is this too loud? Is this too quiet? I think this should be good. Anyway. Back to what I was saying. A lot of people treat this video game, in my circle of friends and people that I know, and my extended circle, treat Shadow of the Erdtree in one of two ways, right? There are other people that really, really, really like the base game Elden Ring, and they treat it as just like, oh, it's just more Elden Ring. I love it. More Elden Ring, right? And that is something I can totally understand and agree, because it is really just more Elden Ring. A little loud. Damn. I wish I got it first try, but let's try this. That should be better. Right? But then on the opposite side, there are people that don't really love Elden Ring, the base game, that much. And from them, I've seen them talk about this DLC as if it fixes the problems with the base game, right? It makes the map smaller. It has tighter design. It doesn't take as long. It doesn't have as many repeat bosses, right? These are all things I've heard from the critics of the base game talking about the DLC. And I'm going to be quite frank, I don't understand this. I don't understand that like point of view. Going through this first area, going through Gravesite Plain, I thought to myself, yeah, okay, maybe they're right. This does feel tightly designed. This does feel like they refined the formula a little bit, right? But looking back on it, if I go over to this map over here, I could say the same exact fucking thing about Limgrave. Limgrave feels like a really tightly designed area, right? It has a lot of interesting stuff going on, and like I just found myself as I was going through it, just like enjoying everything that open world games have to offer that is good, right? Gravesite Plain is basically the same, and you can even kind of extend that into Altus, Skadu Altus. But as I went through other parts of the game, right? You take this this dragon we fought here. This dragon we fought here, we also fought over here. And we fought it. Where is it? Not here, but like somewhere over here, right? And then the fire golem dudes, whatever the hell they are. We fought, what, 6, 7 of those dudes? So they're repeat bosses. And then as the DLC went on, like the problem of like, oh, the repeat boss thing for the base game that this DLC supposedly fixed, no, that's still a thing. I fought how many hippos? I want to say 5 or 6 different hippos throughout this game, and that was a boss. That was a major boss. It gave me two Erdtree fragments when I first fought it. Now, granted, the other ones we fought aren't quite as strong, right? But like, still, we do fight the hippo multiple times. I did fight that dragon 3 or 4 times. Right? And there are other bosses that are like this. Right? One of the other critiques that I think people mention about the base game there's one boss hippo and it's unique. To be fair, that is like of the ones that you do fight multiple times. I did fight the boss version of the hippo first, and it is more unique than the rest, right? Right? So, like, that's the weakest of the arguments against the multiple bosses thing. But my point just being like you do fight bosses multiple times in this DLC, and it's not as egregious as the main game because it's not as long as the main game. One of the other things people compliment about this DLC is just like more respect for your time. And I don't know if it's just the way that I played it, but like it didn't feel necessarily like it was respecting my time more. Going through these areas took just as much like scouring spots, just as much backtracking and double checking and retracing my steps, etc., as the base game's map did. And sure, it's a little more dense, but it's definitely not like small. Walking from Gravesite Plain all the way through Skadu Altus, all the way to like Shadowkeep, is still gonna take a significant amount of time, right? It's not like it's a Dark Souls 2 or 3 size map in this place, right? Also, the fucky elevation doesn't help trying to navigate the map. Yes, yes. That's what I was going to say next. It's like, I think this map kind of sucks as far as readability goes. Because it's just, man, it really does just load weird like that all the time. I think this map sucks as far as readability goes. I made that a point when I was talking about the game, and I think this would be a better map as far as readability goes if it weren't for the elevation. The elevation makes things so difficult to tell where you are. Right? Like, when I was teleporting back through this place just to look at stuff, I couldn't figure out what the most recent grace is or where I last was, etc. The fucking green place is like impossible to navigate with the map. But this place here, yeah. It's like this spot here looks really small compared to, say, Skedu Altus, but I spent more time on just this part of the map than I did on any other part of the map. It's absurd, right? There needed to be some way to toggle elevation on this map, or some sort of like 3D element that tells you, like, oh, there was a cave underneath this spot, and there's a path over here, etc., right? The map is actually, I think, somehow worse in this version of the game, despite the fact that I think the map design, like the actual physical place that you're standing on, is slightly better, but not so much better that I think it's like a point for the DLC. But speaking of that, one of the things I think this DLC does way better than the base game is visual distinction between areas. Charo's Hidden Grave is wildly different than Cerulean Coast, which is wildly different than the Finger Ruins, which is wildly different than Jagged Peak, right? Which again is wildly different than Forsaken Graveyard, right? All these places are so much more distinct. And that's not to say that, like, base game doesn't have distinct areas, right? You've got, what the fuck is this place called again? Caelid, you've got Caelid, right? You've got Altus Plateau, right? They're distinct areas, but these areas are larger and therefore harder to parse. Charo's Hidden Grave, to me, is like the perfect size for an open world area in a game like this. Because it's not necessarily like small. You're going to spend a decent amount of time there and you'll miss things. But it's not going to all blend together. Let's see, what next? Oh, okay. Next thing I'd like to talk about, right? This is something I mentioned many times while just playing through it. The weapons in this DLC are so much more interesting than the weapons in the base game. Basically, every single weapon that I picked up, either from a boss or just randomly out in the world, just sort of like blew my mind away compared to anything in any Souls game, with little exception. Every time I picked up a weapon, I was like, oh, ooh, that's cool. To the point where it almost makes me resent that they're in the DLC. Because I would have loved to have a weapon like this, or a weapon like this, or a weapon like this in the base game, right? I would have absolutely loved to have something like this in the base game when I spent 150 hours going through it. But a lot of the stuff in the base game is just kind of boring. Not to say that there aren't interesting weapons in the base game, right? Right? Stuff like this is cool. But I don't know. They feel a lot less useful and a lot less abundant in the base game. And so that is something that the DLC does like way better. They put the fucking dragon forms in the DLC. That's true. They did do that. They put a dragon form in this game, but only in the DLC. And I know a lot of people love the dragon forms. I don't. I think the dragon forms are not that interesting. But, you know, okay. I need another song. What the hell? Okay, we'll put on the Elden Beast song because that's just there. What do I think of the Moonlight Greatsword in this game? That's something I used at the start of the DLC. Right, Darkmoon Greatsword. I think it's alright. It's cool that it has frost buildup. And it's cool that it has a nice effect on it when, you know, when you can use it. I can't use it on this current build. But, like, I don't know. Moonlight Greatsword is one of those things that's just kind of boring. It used to be a really cool, unique weapon that Souls had, like, 6 games ago. Right, they all have this weapon, though, so it's kind of just... It's just par for the course. It's not that interesting. It's not that unique. It's not worth noting. Likewise, I think the armor sets and things in the DLC are also, like, notably better, or at least notably more unique. There's a bunch of stuff in here, like what I'm wearing right now, the Fire Knight armor, or like Mesmer's armor, that just, it's just fucking, it's unique, it's cool, it's just nice. Right, like, I really like this dancer's dress. This is almost something I was going to put on as a part of this, this fashion. The reason I didn't is because I wanted the pants to be visible, and with this, the pants aren't visible. Big complaint that you have is a lot of the fashion in Elden Ring is just boring. Yeah, it is. A lot of base game stuff is just like, look, it's the red main coat. Oh, look, it's the Erdtree surcoat. Oh, look, it's the Tree and Beast surcoat. And like, yeah, these have different colors and things going on for them, but like, I don't want to just be a fucking generic dude in armor. Where the fuck was the thing that I was wearing right there? But now we come to the part of the DLC that, like... Actually, before we talk about that, as far as comparisons go from the base game to the DLC, I think, much like the base game, the part I enjoyed most is just wandering around and just exploring the world, right? They doubled down on that, and it's fun. It's still fun, it's still interesting in the DLC, and it's still the best part of the game, right? I am not typically someone that likes just wandering around in open world games, but this one is a bit of an exception for that. I did enjoy just walking around and finding stuff. There was occasionally, I'm looking at you, like, severe disappointment when I would get to a cool area and the cool area would give me fucking nothing. Where are these fucking things? Get to a cool area and it just gives me a fucking Viridian medallion +3. Just so boring. So boring. Why would they do that to such a cool place? Right? But that was few and far between. Most of the time I was finding cool stuff and exploring cool areas. So I really like that. Quests were a little more followable. Maybe I just had more help. Maybe I just had more help for quests in this DLC playthrough compared to the base game, but like the stuff over here with the fingers was neat. The stuff with Letta, you know, that had a nice conclusion. I'm sure the stuff with Freya was probably cool if she would have just shut her mouth. Oh, you know what? That's something worth mentioning. There are so many more characters in this DLC than the base game that just won't shut up. Just won't shut up. Why are there so many more characters in this DLC that are just so yappy? Every single one of them. We've got Egon, which I never went and saw him. Is he still over here somewhere? No, he's not over here anymore. Right? Egon just wouldn't shut up. Freya just wouldn't shut up. Right? So many characters in this just won't shut up. Why did they make them so yappy in the DLC? Theolier? Oh, he's still down here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, he's not still down here. He's dead. We should go check on his dead body, I guess. Last time I checked, he was alive. But quest lines were something that I thought, was a little bit better. You see this flower? Like, his body was like right here, right? I guess the only thing really left to talk about as far as comparing this game, this DLC to the base game, is the bosses, right? You think you know where he goes? Where does he go? I have to assume he's dead, right? But like, can we go see his dead body? But yeah, the only other thing really left of note that comes to my mind is just, you think he's a red sign somewhere in here? What, like this room or in there? Okay, the boss arena. I'll look around. So it's no secret that I'm not a fan of the boss fights in Elden Ring, base game or DLC. Right? Yeah, it looks like he's not here. Maybe I progressed to the final boss and like he fucks off after that. But it's no secret that I don't really love the bosses of this game. While the base game's a bit of a mixed bag for me, right? There's a lot of nothing bosses and a lot of bosses that frustrate me, and then one boss that just like I still probably consider it one of the worst bosses I've ever fought in my entire life. This DLC is a little bit better on that front. There was really only the one boss, R'Lana, that frustrated me. Right? And everything else was kind of just like, if it was bad, it was just sort of like mildly irritating. This boss, for example, at first I thought I was going to hate this boss, but as I fought it more, I actually kind of like this boss. The Putrescent Knight or whatever the fuck he's called. And other bosses like Mesmer was pretty good. The Midra was alright. Alright, there were some like actual good bosses in this. None of them I would say are quite as good as Radagon or Moog, but I did like some of the bosses in this game. Oh fuck, I totally forgot about this bastard though. Okay, there is one boss that is absolutely Finkmate gifted. Okay, why are my notifications not fucking working right now? Thank you for the gift sub thing. I'm sure Kello's gonna appreciate it. But I forgot about this fuck. This fuck might actually be worse than Melania. This guy, I'm glad I didn't spend that long on him, but I can see why some people consider Gaius to be the worst boss in the series. And it sucks that he basically, like, he's blocking some of the most important items in the game. He's blocking, like, 5 or 6 Erdtree fragments? That's, like, a lot. You need those. Holy shit, I didn't even realize you gifted 12 months to Kello. I didn't even realize. What's wrong with you? Stop doing that. The people in this fucking community are too... Stop that. Too many people in here are just... They got their trigger finger on the gift sub. But yeah, bosses were, I guess, less of a mixed bag for me in this DLC. But still, it's still a mixed bag. I still don't love the bosses in this series. I mean, the point... then that point is very clear considering what I'm not doing right this moment. Right? I'm not fighting him. I'm not continuing to fight the guy. Is there anything else worth, like, talking about? Oh. There is one thing I wanted to talk about in terms of, like, I've talked a lot about disliking the bosses in this game and in the series in general and the direction that the series is going, right? The direction that the Souls series as a whole is going as far as FromSoft's design philosophy. There is one thing I really, really, really wanted to talk about, and it kind of explains any memorable tracks in the DLC. I think there was one song that was pretty alright. I know Hal really likes the Dancing Lion dude, his track, but that's not the song I was thinking of. There was one song that I, off the top of my head, I don't remember what it is, but I did enjoy it. I think if I had a list of bosses in front of me, I might be able to tell you, but I don't. So, much like the base game, there's one song that is good. But, what I was trying to say, the reason I think I bounce off of these games as far as their difficulty and their... I don't even know if bounce off is the correct word. But the reason why I find so much frustration in the boss fights for these games is simply that they don't fulfill the desire that I have when it comes to an action game. Right? What I like out of an action game, and I actually wrote a note down here, so let me pick that up real quick. Where is it? Right. Oh, fuck you. What? No, okay. Phew, I thought the note got deleted, but no, it was just in a different tab. Okay, Elden Ring as a game, and FromSoft games in general, especially like since Dark Souls 3. Solar Friend Redeem water the plant, so I'm watering the plant. Actually, there should be a better way to phrase this. Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls as games are very simple, right? There's not a whole lot going on as far as the combat goes. That applies to both you and to the bosses. The bosses don't have that many moves. They don't have that much HP. They don't take very long to kill. It's, right? It's just you and them just kind of smacking each other a few times and then it's over. Sometimes there's gimmicks to them. Sometimes there's added elements. Sometimes they resist one type of thing more than they do another. But, like, at the end of the day, they're very simple boss fights in Demon Souls and Dark Souls. As the series has gone on, the bosses have become more and more complex, right? But your moveset as a player hasn't become equally as complex. The reason why I don't mind the bosses in Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls so much is because, yes, they're very simple. Yes, they're pretty easy comparatively, right? Especially now, years later, when I have so much experience with the series. But they're simple and you're simple, right? You're sort of on an even playing field as far as the tools that you have at your disposal. And something that I realized the other day while I was playing a different action game that frustrates me about Elden Ring is that bosses have so much more going on with their movesets than you as a player do. Okay? Every new Souls game adds complexity and diversity to the boss fights, but doesn't add an equal amount of complexity or diversity to what you as a player have to do, right? I'm still mostly still mostly doing the same shit I was doing in Dark Souls 1, right? Instead of like swinging my R1 a lot of time, now I'm swinging R2, or maybe I'm doing my Ash, right? Right? But I'm still mostly just rolling through their stuff and then hitting them a few times. That's not really a problem when they are like simple as well, but when they're not simple and I'm stuck just doing the same shit I've been doing, it feels really one-sided. Bloodborne is the same thing, just except on 1.5 speed. Yeah, Bloodborne is basically the same thing, except you can do R1, R1, R2 as a combo to swap. Wow. Or whatever the fuck does the weapon switching attack was, right? The transform attacks. But, right, the complexity of what you can do as a player hasn't really changed much. Sure, in this game they've added rolls, and they added the guard mechanic, whatever the fuck that's called again, guard, not guard cancel, whatever the fuck it is, right? But ultimately it's just fucking the same shit. Ultimately, like, you're still just employing the same strategies that you always were, right? I like games where the bosses have, where the player has as much complexity to their moveset as the things that you're fighting, right? That's why I can smack my head against the wall when I'm fighting a difficult boss on Nonstop Infinite Climax in Bayonetta 2, right? The hardest difficulty in Bayonetta 2. I could just smack my head against the wall and have a good time. Whereas when I'm doing that in this game, I'm having a bad time. It's because in Bayonetta 2, I've got so many different options to deal with the bullshit that the bosses are throwing at me, right? In this, I don't really have that many options. The complexity of the boss has skyrocketed since Dark Souls 1, but the complexity of what I am doing and what I am capable of doing has not. You think I'd like Armored Core then? Yeah, except like Armored Core 6, the problem with that is just like, I just don't have it. It's not compelling story. It's not a compelling story or like presentation at all. I want to care about characters, and Armored Core 6 may as well not even have any characters. Right? But I hope that explains, at least to some degree, why, like, the challenge of a game like this is just not that interesting to me. I just want, personally, I want to be on parity, or at least close to parity, with the amount of options that I can throw out to, like, what the boss can do, right? Okay, them's fighting words. Oh, because I said Armored Core 6 may as well not have characters. Listen, Busty talks to you like 4 or 5 times. I'd consider him a character. Everyone else, though, I guess there's also Walter, but Walter's a son of a bitch, so fuck him. But yeah, I hope that at least explains a little bit of why, like, I just don't find the challenge to these games that interesting. And on top of that, even when you do get some of the moves that bosses get, right? You get weak-ass bullshit, terrible versions of them, right? Rolana throws this shit at me, and it's, like, crazy hard to deal with. I start doing it, and it's like, it goes 4 feet in front of me, dissipates, and even if it does hit, it's doing, like, 400 damage. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, right? If I fight a boss in Bayonetta who has chainsaws for hands, right, and then I get those chainsaws, guess what? I can do fucking everything that boss did with the chainsaws, and it's radical. Now, all of this being said, the fire rain skill, fuck fucking Noble was right. Noble gave me that to use on his last build, right? Where the hell is it? Where the hell is it? Rain of Fire? Noble gave this to me and was like, yeah, it's ass. You're not going to find a use for it. And Noble was right. It does fucking nothing. What the biggest disappointment to me in this particular DLC, though, was actually Mesmer's orb. Mesmer does his orb at you. I mean, I can't cast it, but Mesmer does his orb, and it travels the entire distance of the stage. I do Mesmer's orb, I go 2 feet in front of me. It's like so disappointing. It's a cool spell, and I did find some use for it when I was using it, but in comparison to what he does with it, it's like, man, let me just fucking do the thing and let it be cool. But bot PvP balance? Fuck PvP balance. PvP is shit. It always has been. Okay? Let it be unbalanced. Let me go back to the Demon Souls days where I'm just gonna headbutt a dude 40 million times in a row until he unplugs. Okay? Pete managed to make it work, but it is disappointing. That's ultimately like what my issue is, right? You can make these things work, right? Like, I can make this work, but it's disappointing. I can make Flame do a fair amount of damage, or Flame of the Fell God. It was useful when I was fighting Melania, but was it that good? No. Could I have been doing something else that was just better? Probably. If an NPC threw this shit at me, would it have been better? Yes. When Renala uses her stupid moon move at me, that shit is like absurdly strong. When I try to shoot the moon at other people, But as far as like my total thoughts, my end thoughts on like the entire game, right? This DLC is pretty fun. I do enjoy it. I am glad that I got to play it. I know that the Twin Moon spell too. I have the Twin Moon spell. Like, I grabbed it, but I haven't used it. I haven't seen what it looks like. Because I never respec so that I could try it out. But as far as the DLC goes, I'm incredibly happy with this playthrough. This is maybe the best playthrough of a video game that I've ever done. As far as like, how do I put it? It's definitely the best playthrough I've done on this channel, right? There isn't any other game that I've enjoyed more than this, specifically as like a playthrough. I think the game itself would have actually pissed me off and frustrated me and left me disappointed, right? But the experience of using new builds every stream and seeing what interesting things people come up with was fantastic. It was awesome. There wasn't a single week when I was like, man, that build was boring, right? Even the more basic builds, like the one Jacqueline gave me, right, was fun. I was having a good time. If I could do this again, right, I would. Unfortunately, I can't because I can only play the game the first time once, and I'm definitely not playing through this game again. I am absolutely never playing through this game and its DLC ever again. Maybe sometime, like 20 years in the future, if I like have 600 hours of just time to myself and nothing else to do, right? That's ultimately what this comes down to. I think this game is fun. I am very critical of it because it's a series that is near and dear to my heart, and every new entry goes further in the direction that I don't want it to go into, but I am still having a good time. If Elden Ring 2 came out right now, I'd probably have some sort of plans for it as a stream game. Probably not right away, but I would be like, yeah, that sounds like a good time. You think we'll still be alive in 20 years? Fuck you. I'll only be 50 in 20 years, you son of a bitch. I'll only be 50 in 20 years. Fuck, that makes me feel old. Yeah, but if it ever sounded like I hate this game, it's not, I don't. I dislike very strongly the direction that these games are going, but I am still having a good time. I just let the hater juice flow because otherwise, if you try to keep your hate pent up inside of you, it's going to eat away at you. You need to let it out. You need to let people know that you hate Rolana's guts and think that she's not a fun boss fight and you didn't have a good time. But her swords are really cool, though. My swords. The swords are so fucking cool. I just wish this was a little bit faster. If this just came out just a little bit faster. So what you're saying is, I will inevitably hate it more? I mean, that's what it feels like. It does feel like I will inevitably hate or dislike strongly more things about the next game than I did this one. But we'll have to see. Okay, so there's just a few things I'm gonna say before before I wrap up for real here. I don't think I have anything else to say about the game itself. I want to say thank you to everyone that submitted a build. And thank you to How and Noble, who sort of helped curate stuff and helped. I don't know, they just helped with any things that I needed. I want to say thanks to Soul for dropping me items when I absolutely needed them. I hate that I had to have items dropped for me, but you know, it is what it is. Thanks to anybody who watched. This has been like a year of my life playing Elden Ring and this DLC. With a little break in the middle, but I honestly could cry. It feels weird that I won't be playing this ever again. As far as plans for what's next week we'll be playing Jak and Daxter. I expect that'll be like max 3 or 4 streams. After that, we will play the highly requested Psychonauts. Stop with the gift subs. Stop that. Don't gift subs. No gift subs. I mean, thank you for the gift sub, but stop it. Yeah. Next is Jak and Daxter, and then Psychonauts. I don't expect either of those games will take very long, but last time I played Psychonauts, I had a terrible soft lock, and I couldn't complete the game, so hopefully that won't happen. On Friday, we'll be doing the PvP usual stuff, but after stream on Friday, we're doing Guess the Game, because it is the last Friday of the month. I forgot to put that on the schedule. In the future, I'll try my best to remember. But no promises there. If anybody has suggestions on what to play for my next big game, please say something. Put it in the Discord or DM me or something. Because I don't fucking know what the fuck to play next. My thoughts of playing an isometric ARPG, I'm kind of like leaning away from that right now because it's just Persona 6, bro, if only. If Persona 6 gets announced between now and then and comes out, I'll do that. But that's not gonna fucking happen. Persona 6 isn't real. It's not coming. They're making remakes of Persona 3 and 4, and probably 1 and 2 after that, because they just can't fucking put out Persona 6. They just refuse. They don't know what to do. But, as far as that stuff goes, I'd prefer it to be something long, maybe RPG-ish, maybe not, I don't know. Just something that gives me stuff to talk about. Okay. I think I'm gonna go now. Dragon's Dogma, You want me to hate on a video game? Put Dragon's Dogma in front of me. Put Dragon's Dogma in front of me and I'll start spewing hate. Dragon's Dogma is smelly. It's for people that smell bad. I don't fucking get what people like that game. I don't hate that game, actually. But if you get me to play that game on stream, you will think I hate that game. You want to see the hate. You don't want to see the hate. Trust me. That game is so fucking boring. I just don't get it. I don't fucking get it. It's like if they took an open world and just stripped it of everything that made it interesting. Anyway. Maybe we'll play something like fucking Morrowind, right? Something old and jank. The reason I haven't stopped streaming is because I feel like there's something I'm forgetting to say, but I just don't know what the hell it is. Yeah, I'm not gonna remember. So I'm just gonna say just gonna say goodbye. Shrimp Miku will miss you all.